and they've got to do the best they can to equalize the weight in front and behind. And so one of the ways to do that, when your head is your main, when that's the business end of you as an animal, you're doing your eating and your sensing and everything else with that head, you're doing your killing with that head, it pays to make it big and robust. You got to cut down on the weight at the front of your body, so you reduce your arms. We see this in a bunch of different theropod dinosaurs. Basically everybody except for Spinosaurs. Spinosaurs do something different where they lengthen their neural spines. So that might be like a support structure, essentially, to help them hold up the front of their body. That might be what that sail is for. It's probably tendons and ligaments that run down from that, almost like a suspension bridge, you know? Almost kind of like the Golden Gate Bridge here.
We're just seeing that the diversity of dromaeosaurs is so high compared to what we thought, in the past.
That's so cool.
When I named Utahraptor, it was the sixth one ever named.
The sixth dromaeosaur ever?
Sixth dromaeosaur ever.
Shoot.
And now there's over 40, that are dromaeosaurids.
Yeah. Did you, is that part of the start of the trend to name them raptor as the suffix? Was Utahraptor the second one with that suffix?
I'm not sure.
It was Velociraptor and then...
Yeah.
Utahraptor might be the second one.
Yeah, because, we were thinking, the Crichton book, and the whole bit.
Yeah.
And, and Bacher didn't name it, but he did say, you might want to name it for Utah. Because there was some political stuff. I was in Colorado, and my former state paleontologist and head of me didn't want anyone working for a group like Dynamation, but I worked with a museum, working in Utah. So, it's like, maybe if you name it after Utah, they'll take it better. And I have to admit, it's probably why I'm now the state paleontologist of Utah, so it wasn't a bad move.
It's a wise decision, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tell you, there's dinosaurs out there in Wyoming. Yeah, here, have a tooth.
We can see where you got shaved. You got a little shave spot there. You're a mess, Mini Pie. You're a mess. Look at you.
Yes, well,
there we go. Modeling for us. Thank you, Josh. The top copper tone girl.
yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah, that was great.
We've got a big sauropod thigh bone down there, big femur. And parts of that are real, yeah. From Hanksville, Utah. I'm gonna be driving past there in just a few days.
They're young on the beach. Yeah.
Very cool. And you can see there are parts of this that are broken off, like the pubes right there. That's snapped, broken. Wonder what happened. That might be plaster anyway, but still. Yeah, one of the caudal chevrons is broken off right there, and you can see the metal rod coming out. Yeah, it's a very old-fashioned way of mounting a skeleton like this. I'd love to see these mounted, in an upright, sprightly, modern posture. But I don't know. And then there's a young Allosaurus right there, it looks like. Very cool. Just here with the gibbon for a second. You having a good day? Yeah, seemed pretty chill. We got out there this morning and bailed some water out of the Iguanodontian quarry, and that was, yeah. I don't know, we'd done some decent trenching and everything, so the bone's gonna be okay, but...
Oh, if I had moved the wash, believe me, that would have been full.
Oh, yeah, yeah, for sure.
From North America and from...
Yes, and from... Oh, tell me Hell Creek Formation,
the Hell Creek, and it's most...
Yes! Oh! Oh, this is my dinosaur right here. Oh man, that's so exciting. Holy cow. Watch
shellfish are real close to them.
Oh.
Was there anything put in that scoop? Ethan.
I don't believe so. No frags or anything. Nice.
All right.
Nice.
Some progress there. Uh-oh. It's stuck. This is not a great advertisement for the game right now. But oh, never mind. My controller is turned off.
Can't play with it.
I think she senses a threat. She's like, this is not of this world.
Be gentle.
Right. Look, Nico. It's okay. We both know you're scared of this.
Oh, I just noticed Velia's tail, so we're gonna get 360 here.
That's so cool. Thank you. Yeah, she's a velociraptor. You guys have seen Jurassic Park, right?
Yes.
The real velociraptor is a lot smaller than the show there. It's covered in feathers. A lot of them do, yeah. Especially the ones that birds are related to. So, yeah.
You're more scared of it than you see you, I promise. No.
It's so important to study these things carefully. There's nowhere on this planet that you've got an unbroken record from, the beginning of Earth history until the present. There's no place on Earth that's been a depositional environment for that entire time that I'm aware of. So you got to kind of go to different areas in order to get a complete picture, put all those puzzle pieces together in order to figure out the whole history of our planet. Like, there were dinosaurs that lived at the same time as our early mammalian ancestors, and the smartest of the dinosaurs were smarter than the smartest of the mammals, we think. And they were as intelligent as they needed to be in their environment because they were remarkably successful. Dinosaurs ruled the Earth for over 150 million years, so they were plenty smart. Sometimes being too smart can actually be a disadvantage. I mean, shoot, look at us today, where we're in the process of absolutely wrecking our planet. And being smart can also, can lead you to do things like polluting the environment or creating nuclear weapons. Maybe human intelligence will turn out to be a mistake. Who knows? Time will tell. Let's see. Teresa says, what does the bone layer mean in this situation? The layer in which the bones are. Yeah, so we've got to dig down to get to where the bones are. That's the bone layer. Let me show you. Let's go take a look. It's a nice stream you got there. It'd be a real shame if somebody went and sat in front of the camera all the time. If those 250 viewers, if they had their view obscured, by a big fluffy cat. I'm just saying, all right, sweetie pie. All right. This is a protection racket. It's time to pay sweetie pie. Huh. Yeah. Sweetie pie says, I love organized crime. Mm-mm. All right, donut, sweetie. Here you go. There you go. Having just like a fleshed out dinosaur, that's cool. But something like that can look outdated really quickly if we learn more about that dinosaur. We're always learning new things about dinosaurs, and so I wanted to do something a little bit more timeless. And I figure a dinosaur fossil, like as a paleontologist, this is what I study, This is what's meaningful to me. And hopefully that'll be reflected in the artwork that I create. He's kind of our dinosaur ambassador here at Twitch for the weekend. And yeah, teaching people about how these animals had feathers.
Yeah, dude, guys, you gotta have to follow them. This is one of my favorite like ASMR channels. You learn a lot of stuff just in the daytime when you're working. Oh my god,
I appreciate that.
Yeah,
Thank
I love
you.
it. Yeah.
I think they might be leaving right now. So we'll go rendezvous with them. Oh, well, well, well. Just looking for you. Are you holding up?
Good.
Yeah, excellent.
We
Dueling
lost the gimbal.
streams.
We lost the battery pack.
Oh, wow.
We're on fumes, but let's do it.
Okay, okay.
Bug house?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Let's go
do
do it. Let's go see some inverts, shall we? Model. And I love they put a tail club on the end, too. So this critter is one of the best preserved dinosaurs from California. And we'll see it over there in a minute. But let's just admire this fleshed out model first. And these big osteoderms, these big armor plates. It's a bone embedded in the skin, like a flexible suit of armor. Big sacral shield back here to protect the hips. Yeah. And then big old shoulder spikes as well. It's lovely. And look at that head. So this is clearly based on Euoplocephalus. Just like skull is just a solid box of fused bone. And I don't know if they really portrayed it here, but these guys presumably had armored eyelids as well.
Oh, the old baggy fern pen. The old baggy fern pen. My mother was born in 78 in the old pen. Like children we'd sing in the foggy fern pen. How I wish I was in foggy fern pen now.
Oh, don't we?
178 degrees. How I wish it was a foggy fern pen. With the temperature crawl up on my leg. You drinking enough water?
We've got Ethan on vocals here.
A little more fog. Fog bell.
Fog does sound really good right now.
Celtic hour.
Oh yeah.
Shoot, I don't bite, and this doesn't either. It's an herbivore. So yeah, just gonna grab the mic like that. Like worldview on a foundation of sand, you know? Like, if all of your faith is tied to this idea that the Earth is less than 10,000 years old, you're setting yourself up for failure. Because we know for a fact that is not the case. So, yeah, it's a losing proposition. Like, don't sabotage yourself like that. Oh boy. Anyhow. Yeah. And, Waffle House, is the stuff on the wall and shade tarps worth the effort or no?
As Bob famously said, and I do completely agree, it's like even a fool deserves to be comfortable. And you know, I can proudly say I got the Royal Ontario Museum using shade tarps because they, there was a mindset before in some of the Canadian crews like, did you ever see the Sternbergs using shade tarps? I was like, well, they probably, defecated under a tree. So, we don't do that either. So.
Fair, yeah. Check out this turtle. The Hell Creek Formation is just chock full of turtles. There's so many. I think it might be like peak turtle diversity over Earth history. There's like 22 species of turtles in the Hell Creek Formation. And this, I think, is one of only one or two that actually goes extinct at the same time as the dinosaurs. This game is set just before the dinosaur extinction, 66 million years ago. The big asteroid hits Earth. Almost none of the turtles die out except for one. I think it's this one, the biggest one. This is Basilemes, whose name means king turtle. Creatures striding across the open plains, eating tons and tons of plants. You don't really have very many of them today. You know?
It was a real surprise. But Dr. Chin had a hunch that maybe these duck-billed dinosaurs had been snacking on something else entirely.
Ooh.
Vertebrates frequent rotting wood. So if those dinosaurs needed a good source...
Commodore says a creature the size of a Gundam. Commodore, that's brilliant. Yes. Yes. Yeah. I've never heard that before, and that's kind of perfect. That's only at the very frontier of my understanding what a Gundam is, but it's a giant Japanese fighting robot, right? Yeah. Yeah, you don't get plant-eating animals like that today. You just don't. But you did during the age of dinosaurs.
Over a vast prehistoric world yet to be discovered.
Oh, who are they going to talk about here, everybody? Patron saint of vertebrate paleontology? Hero to us all? Who are we going to talk about now in this? If you know, type her name into chat. Not Jack Horner. No, yeah, and not Sir Richard Owen, Javasaurus. Good guess, though. We're talking about the right time period, at least, kind of. Yeah. Yeah, Daikaiju, Mary Anning.
No one dreamed sea monsters could be real.
Yeah, I don't know if I have the personality to be a governor.
No?
I do love to lie.
How do you feel about corruption? You into it? Yeah. Allosaurus. A pretty big animal here. Take a look at that. Look at those jaws. Look at those jaws. Hope somebody's clipping this right now. Look at those jaws right there. Holy cow. How cool is that? And I'm riding on a dinosaur right now, Trek Nerd. This is the only dinosaur they had available, you know? When life gives you chickens, you ride a chicken.
We want to go look at the fossils.
Yeah, should we take a look at your fish?
Yeah.
Look at that. Oh, very nice. Uncovered a little bit more of it. And is this the tail on the end?
We aren't sure which end is which, but it does start right there.
Nice.
And then it comes all the way out here, so the scales exposed right here is when I realized that I had something. So Andrew went in and sawed, but this layer is kind of flaky and weird, so we had to solidify it with some more glue, and we're waiting for it to dry, and then we're gonna go back in and
very nice.
hopefully pull it out. So
what did that feel like to, you know, find a 200 million year old fish?
it felt amazing. Makes the whole trip worth it for sure.
Pretty darn cool.
Yeah.
And there's a decent chance this is going to be a new species too. I mean, like, this could be brand new to science. Exactly.
Dream right there.
Right?
It's probably. Pretend like I'm ignoring her, and she'll jump right up on my lap. Watch. See? Oh, moon pie. Jolene, 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 Jolene. I'm begging of you, please don't take my grant. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Please don't take it just because you can. And I could easily understand how you could easily take my grant, but you don't know what it means to me, Jolene. And you could have your choice of dough, but I could never get funds on so short notice, is my only hope, Jolene. Now I had to have this talk with you. My research goals depend on you and whatever you decide to do, Jolene. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Big mastodon butt. Whoa, whoa, you see that? We've got a flying Triceratops up here. Huh. How do I learn how to do that? See some treetop browsing up there. Hey there, trikey boy, flying through the sky so fancy-free. Oh! Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. So good to see all of you here. And thank you, Captain Homer, for the follow there. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Dwangles, for the Prime resub there. Really appreciate that, Dwangles. And Displacer, thank you for the 30 months at Tier 2. Holy cow. Appreciate that, Displacer. Welcome, everybody. It's really good to have you here. Shoot. I hope you all had a relatively pleasant weekend. It's good to be back. I was able to get some important things done and clean my office and my room a little bit and work on sending some important emails. And we've got exciting things coming up over the next few weeks, so I hope you're as excited as I am. If anyone's here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Since these are live broadcasts, we sometimes have interruptions like this. It's just kind of how it goes. But, yeah. As a paleontologist, I study fossils. Paleontology is the study of fossils, the preserved remains of ancient living things, everything from fossil bacteria to fossil baleen whales, from fossil chasmosaurs to fossil cats, from fossil frogs to fossil ferns, and everything in between. I, however, work on dinosaurs in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. It's normally how I identify. I'm going to start working on some other vertebrate groups too in the coming year, it looks like, but so far most of my work and all of my publications have been on dinosaurs. So anyway, and here on Twitch, trying to give you an inside peek into how fossil science works. And Minipie, my goodness, we've got two landlords showing up right now. She's got a brand new collar. Well, how you doing, Minnie? Look at that. Did Lordy put a new collar on you? It's got a bow and everything. Is that a Valentine's Day themed collar? Little hearts on it? They're not anatomically accurate hearts, but you know what? It's the thought that counts. Pretty cool. We've got two cats at once. This is Mini Pie and Sweetie Pie. They are two of my landlords here. And yeah, I think they missed being on camera throughout the weekend. And now they're here. Anywho. And there you go, Luke Herman's Gaming. Yeah, it really is their channel, isn't it? Yeah. Well. Yeah, it's true. Anyway, it's good to have everybody here. Given that this is a live broadcast, as you can tell, anything can happen, and the interactivity is really what makes things special here on Twitch. If you happen to have any questions, not just about dinosaurs, but about the natural world in general, about the history of life on our incredible planet Earth, questions about extinction or evolution or the origins of biodiversity, questions about how science works or why it's important, don't hesitate with those questions. Don't be shy. That's it's kind of the bread and butter of these streams. Doing Q&A like that. That's what makes these things special. That's why I think this is such an excellent avenue for science outreach, despite any shortcomings or any difficulties that may arise from this being live and unedited. I hope that there's a certain degree of genuineness that comes along with that. We're not scripted around here. As you could tell. Anyhow. Good stuff. Anyway, on today's stream, we're going to be finally finishing assembly of our baby Triceratops skeleton. It's literally been years, and we're finally going to get that done. longtime viewers may have realized that the tail was never complete on this critter. So we're going to assemble that today. And we'll also be covering some fossil news and doing Q&A and Metazoo and a Blue Sky post and all that good stuff. But here, let's make a payment to landlords right now. A little rent payment here. Would you like that, Minnie? Yeah, okay. Okay, we can make that happen. Oh, look what we got here. What is this? Minnie Pie is struggling to keep her cool and act all distant and disinterested, but no, it's not working. No. You are excited, aren't you? Here, look. Look at what we got for you. Ooh. Dental treats. Yeah. Gotta keep the cat dentist away. You're supposed to chew them, though. You don't swallow them whole. Okay, we need bigger ones so she doesn't swallow them whole. Here. How about these? How about these? Ooh, look at that. Well, well, well. Good stuff. And Leiluwani, I would be really leery of that kind of thing. I would say don't spend your hard-earned money on something like that because chances are it's probably fake. And honestly, being fake might be a good thing, you know? That's the thing about dinosaur fossils is that they are important pieces of scientific information. People like me, people who, you know, work to excavate fossils, we're not doing this for fortune and glory. We're not doing it for personal gain. Fossils are an important window into the history of life on Earth. Treating them like some sort of novelty that should be made into dice and sold on the internet, I think kind of goes against the very reason why we excavate fossils in the first place. So I'd say don't blow your money on something like that. If you're really interested in the history of life on Earth and you want to show that enthusiasm, consider buying a fossil cast. You can get some online that are significantly less expensive than whatever you're going to be paying for there, you know? So yeah. Yeah, as a wise man once said, it belongs in a museum. So there you go. There's my little spiel. Anyhow. Yeah. What's up with our desktop audio? Hang on, are you... Can you hear music right now, chat? What's going on with this? Another Windows hiccup. This worked before I restarted. What's going on here? Advanced audio properties. I've been having audio driver issues all weekend, and now... How's that? Can you hear that now?
Sure do.
Okay. Music is back. That's frustrating. I don't know why it was doing that. Anyway. Give me a second here. It might have something to do with this. Girder. Sorry, I thought the music was going the whole time. And apparently it was not. There we go. And you're saying the music is a little loud? This is the thing, is that, like, sometimes... I don't know if it's an OBS issue or a Windows issue, but... sometimes you open the program and just all of your carefully tweaked settings are just they get, it's not reset. They're not turned back to a default, but they're just all wonky all of a sudden, based on nothing, you know? So yeah. Dread Pirate Robert says that sounds like OBS. I mean, it might be, yeah. Although, I don't know, I have acquaintances and friends who use Windows 11. Ugh. And they have to stream with that because they have a newer Windows machine, and they say it gets borked all the time. It's like nearly unusable sometimes. So yeah. Anyway. And Windows updates can I did just do a Windows update, Dread Pirate Robert. That's probably what happened. Immediately before starting today's broadcast, I did a Windows update. It wouldn't let me restart without updating. So, anywho. Let's do a Blue Sky post, because there is a brand new feature that I'm excited about that I want to try out here. So let's do that. Here we go. See if that screenshot is any good. Yeah, okay. That should work, I think. Anyways, Windows says Dread Pirate Robert. Yeah, I'm always hesitant to really complain too much about OBS, just because it is freeware, and conceptually I love that idea of this being a passion project for someone, and they're just putting this thing out into the world that kind of an entire industry is built around. Live streaming. So much of that is through OBS, and it's a product that is freely available to everybody. People from hobbyists to professionals to whatever I am in between. We use that to make our living with it, or just to goof around. I think it's really cool that there's this unifying thing that everybody can benefit from, and it's not some sort of money-making scheme where they're gonna purposefully make it worse over time and then try and charge you more for it at the same time, you know? Freeware is so cool, and the direction that Windows is going in, it's like they might finally force me to use Linux or something like that. I've resisted that until recently, but if Windows 11 is going to be mandatory on a Windows computer, it's like, forget that. You know? They're going to turn me into a Linux guy. Heaven forbid. Anywho, let's post this to Blue Sky here. There we go. And there should be the go live thing, right? Where was that? Yeah, hang on.
So I can see that my
Science Streams.
the year has been well spent.
Tier 3, 57 months now. Balint, I appreciate you more than you know. I hope you had an excellent weekend. I hope the kiddos and Lita and the cats and everybody else did too. Appreciate your support more than you know, Balint. Is it the best gosh darn science communicator on the planet? I think I see him in the chat there, yeah. Goes by the handle of Science Streams. Appreciate you, Balint. It's good to see you. If anybody here is not yet following Science Streams, you're missing out. Balint and Lita are two working research scientists. Like they're active participants in the scientific process. They're conducting research, they're publishing papers, they're, I'm sure, participating in peer review. It's so cool to have actual legitimate scientists here on this platform. are so passionate about doing science outreach, you know? It's a real, like, legitimizing force here. I think the reason why Twitch as a platform has any clout at all with regard to science outreach is because of channels like Science Streams. So go follow them right now if you're not yet doing so. Anyway, and Joey Prink, how are you? That's not a name I recognize. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. We're gonna get into some dinosaur assembly in just a few minutes. Like I said earlier, I've got this 3D printed Triceratops skeleton that I've had for years and years. Longtime viewers are familiar with this. However, it has been incomplete, and I think a lot of folks maybe don't realize that the tail is not complete. We're gonna see if we can finish that today. I've got those vertebrae and the caudal chevrons and intervertebral discs all printed. So, we're losing them. Lost vert. It's important. We're gonna be assembling that in a little bit. We've also got some fossil nudes, and I've got to post a blue sky real quick here too. And dogs are Trek, yeah. Oh, like a cocker spaniel with the tail dog. We don't want that for a dinosaur. The tail is a really important piece of anatomy in these animals. Lots of muscle attachment. A lot of different dinosaurs used it for balance.
This is a herbivore, and that's the dinosaur man.
Dinosaur man.
Shane H42, thank you for the 2 months there. I appreciate it, Shane. Thanks for keeping me here online. Thanks for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. And Luke Herman's Gaming, that's exactly what we're doing today. We're going to be assembling the caudal vertebrae on this Triceratops. Yeah. Just a few minutes though. I got to figure out this. Blue Sky just introduced a new feature where you can announce when you're live on Twitch, and it'll put a little indicator thing around. Here we go. Yeah. Today we're expanding access to the Live Now beta to everyone. This experimental feature lets you add a temporary live badge to your avatar, helping others discover that you're currently live streaming on Twitch. They can click on it to land directly on your stream page. So let's go ahead and do that. I think it's right here. Yeah, go live. Excellent. Okay. Copy and paste the URL, just so that we don't, there's no risk at all of any typos or anything. And let's go until, there we go, 4 hours. Beautiful. All right, and let's post that there too. The screenshot that we took earlier. There we go. Be assembling the distal tail of our baby Triceratops skeleton on today's Twitch stream. Also, be chatting about some fossil news and whatever else chat is curious about. Join us at twitch.tv/Paleontologizing. Good, okay. Text. behind me on the wall are a big 3D printed Apatosaurus femur. Baby Triceratops skeleton. Also 3D printed, of course, as well as various framed prints of paleontological miscellanea. Oh, and there's a leatherback turtle model back there too. Okay. Looks good.
Hold on to your butts.
Post. I'll give you a link to that if anybody wants to.
Dinosaurs became extinct because they no longer knew how to love each other. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Exactly. And I certainly wouldn't want our species to end the same way.
Uh-oh. P.A. Chanus. Thank you so much for the 8 months of support. I really appreciate it. Does the PA stand for Pennsylvania? Or personal assistant? Or is it just Pa? Are you a paternal figure? Anyway, I appreciate your long-time support, PA Chanus. Appreciate you. Thank you. Good stuff. And, oh, Alexander Morrison, hello to your friend. Thanks for watching. See, that view count number, it does not actually reflect the number of real viewers we have, evidently. This is definitely smaller than the Protoceratops. Protoceratops gets pretty big. Like, it gets bigger than you would think it would. Like, those suckers get like, what, 8-9 feet long? Something like that? Like, they can be maybe tiger-sized? Yeah. It's, and chances are we don't have the very largest specimens either. There's a few other kinds of, non-ceratopsid ceratopsians that also get really big. I think, is it Udanoceratops gets, like, enormous. Yeah! Oh, man. They get pretty darn big. It doesn't have scale on it, but, yeah, this is not the sort of animal that you would want to trifle with. Yeah. This is bigger than Protoceratops, or any Protoceratops I've ever seen. But our baby trike here is not huge, you know? There's need for scale. And here's our Protoceratops skull for comparison too. So significantly larger than the baby trike. Does that make sense? And yeah, these are all herbivores, Wombat Hole. There's a chance maybe they would have eaten meat every once in a while, but we don't really have any evidence for that. It's more a, well, they look like they could, sort of thing. But yeah, they're so cool. Leptoceratops has got to be one of my favorite dinosaurs, and it's also a member of this group, Protoceratopsids. Leptoceratops is from the Hell Creek. So lived at the same time as Triceratops and T-Rex. Same time, same place. Here's a lovely illustration of a Leptoceratops driving off a T-Rex. You would imagine that these guys would be pretty feisty. You would imagine. We don't have hard evidence of that, but it's easy to picture. Leptoceratops is one of my favorites because I got to work on a Leptoceratops bone bed back in the day. And that was a pretty special experience. That was with Denver Fowler and co. Let's see, is this the correct stream? It's not. Hang on. It was day 2. This was day 1. Here we go. There's Steve Clausen. I'm gonna get a shout out for Fossil Preparator. That's him. He also streams here on Twitch now. Where's our leptos? It should be here.
2010?
No, it's 2012 you found it.
I found it in 2012.
Theslasaur, yeah.
Yeah, we thought it was a Theslasaur, but I presented about this.
There's my old crew chief Denver Fowler, who is now curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota. I'll give you a website. Badlands Dinosaur Museum. There we go. And, let's see. Just look right there. There's me on the website. There's my leg and my boot right there.
Instead of settling for knowing what dinosaurs looked like, we now need to know how they lived.
Exactly, Patrick Crusader. Thank you for the 31 months of support. Holy cow. This site I'm about to talk about right here, I'm going to show you a clip of, is really important for understanding how dinosaurs lived. There we go. There's me on the website again right there. Yeah. Anyhow.
Conference, and you may have read a little bit in places, but we found a Leptoceratops bone bed, and we have remains of 2 adults and all sorts of things.
Moon pie. What a time to be alive.
Cliff Alistair McLean, thank you for the 48 months right there. What a time to be alive indeed. Thank you for helping me stay alive in these times. Thanks for keeping me here online with your support. I appreciate it.
And we have remains of 2 adults and all sorts of things. 1/3 size individuals. We have hatchling grade individuals. So these are part of an exhibit that we're putting together.
And here, can I scoot back just a little bit? We're at 2:30:12. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
First.
But here's the leptos right here.
So one very big limb bone we've had. I had an intermediate.
Check that out. So this is actually put together by the same sculptor who did this. So this is his name is Justin Van Luke. He lives somewhere in Europe. I forget. I want to say, you know, I'm not even going to guess because I don't want to get it wrong. But yeah, he works on sculpting these things based on scans from actual fossils and lots of pictures and measurements and figures from the scientific literature. But this is a Justin Van Luke production. And so Denver was so impressed with Justin's work that he commissioned him to sculpt some more dinosaur skeletons. You can't get a cast of a Leptoceratops anywhere. So Denver hired him to sculpt this one so they could 3D print it. And I think Denver consulted on a lot of the particulars of the anatomy as well. Really cool stuff.
This was one of his first projects, this femur here.
Oh, man.
That guy's in a thick fiberglass crate.
Yeah, it's a lot bigger than my femur. Wow. So that's from
Jeff's bone bed.
Okay, yeah.
Could be, yeah, maybe Lambeosaurian, who knows?
Yeah, it looks like a hadrosaur.
So we take more books.
Talking about the femur here.
Yeah, but
Big
we
thigh.
have more of these.
Mhm.
In fact, I think we have a. We may have a.
Oh,
Big
look at that lepta. Look how big the head is. Oh man. Ah.
We have a tibia, associated tibia.
And yeah, the neck vertebrae, the cervical series is surprisingly thin, almost dainty looking compared to that big head.
Possibly like as intricate as the delicate thing.
I mean, that's the thing about Leptoceratopsids, Protoceratopsids. This whole group is like they kind of look like a real life bobblehead, you know? Like there's a certain degree of like goofiness to their proportions. I find it really charming, but man, they are goofy. Yeah.
But they have their own challenges. With
Yeah.
Their size and the cradling and things.
Very cool.
Yeah.
And then the ceratopsian in the room. Do you want to talk about this, Denver? Because this goes back to
Sure, I mean,
2012.
This is something that Danny dug up with us back when I was at the Museum of the Rockies, a graduate student there. It's a site that I found in
Let me get on this side over here.
2010.
No, it's 2012 you found it.
I found it in
We thought it was a
2012.
Thesalosaur, yeah.
Yeah, we thought it was a Thesalosaur, but I presented about this here at our own conference, and you may have read a little bit in places, but we found a Leptoceratops bone bed.
So let's see if we can find that publication real quick.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Nell, for those 100 bits. Really appreciate that. Yeah. A paleontologist superhero. Interesting. No, you're all good, Nell. That sounds like fun. That's pretty cool. Good stuff. Oh, holy cow! This is so neat. Here, I'll let Denver talk about this a little bit, and then I'll show you the publication here. The abstract, rather.
We have remains of 2 adults and all sorts of things. 1/3 size individuals. We have hatchling grade individuals. So these are part of an exhibit that we're putting together, showing a Leptoceratops burrow. These are animals that lived in burrows.
Yeah. A lot of people don't know about this yet because it hasn't been published in a peer-reviewed journal yet, but it's out there. We've got good evidence that these animals were burrowing. These were dinosaurs that dug burrows and seemed to raise their young in holes in the ground. Which is not that weird when you think about it. There's a ton of mammals today that dig burrows and raise their young in burrows. Everything from hyenas to meerkats to polar bears will do this. It's a common behavior in modern large tetrapods in terrestrial environments. It makes sense that dinosaurs were doing this too. And we already have evidence of this in other dinosaurs like the orodromians and critters like that. But yeah.
Based on some of the new information that we're basically putting together.
And I'm so glad that we could talk about this because I've been super cagey about this on stream.
Well, I'd still be super cagey. I'm just doing like a little exclusive. I'm not going to go into any details. But, what's in the abstract that we presented is already out there.
I didn't realize that, so.
It's an exclusive for this, for when we did our own little meeting here. But we've had, basically, you can't get a skeleton of a Leptoceratops anywhere.
This is a link if you'd like to read more about that. Denver's already put this online, so I'm not spoiling anything here. Where did that go? Yeah, there we go. Here, Denver's presentation. Evidence of raising young in communal nesting burrows by the horned dinosaur Leptoceratops from 3 new bone beds in the Hell Creek Formation of Montana. Cite our sources here. There you go. Yeah. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. And hey, Filippo, good to see you. Dyson Dinosaur, I hope you had an excellent weekend. It's good to see you as always, Filippo. There was just showing this clip. We're going to be doing some ceratopsian skeleton work today.
I tried to find cats for when we did our own little meeting here. But we've had, basically you can't get a skeleton of a Leptoceratops anywhere. I tried to find casts, Canadian Museum of Nature, Indianapolis Children's Museum have a close.
I think all the molds are gone.
But basically no one has the molded parts or the casts available. So we got 3D sculpts made of Leptoceratops, and we have these little skeletons, and I can produce some more of those. So
super cool.
That's going to be just a small part of this immersive exhibit that we're going to be building. We have some fleshed up models coming, some little surprises for people in amongst all that as well. I hope it's going to set a new standard for the kinds of immersive exhibits that you can have in museums.
I need to
playing catch up on some of the exhibit.
Oh, and our signal was cutting out here from the
Put
Starlink.
innovative ideas out there and really show what museums can do. We're not just old rocks and bones and things on display. I think the challenge that's been laid down to us, especially in the last 5 years, has been really showing what science is. Science is a method, and how we find out new knowledge. And dinosaurs are many people's first entry into science. You know, how do we know T-Rex could run at a certain speed? How do we know that these animals were carnivores? All the information that we find out about dinosaurs teaches the scientific method in a fun way. You know, you don't have to do those physics questions at school, although you do if you're doing dinosaur physics. But that's kind of where we're going with the new exhibits, a mixture of immersive and other things
perfectly
like
spherical
that.
dinosaur.
I'll be talking more about that as our museum expansion gets a little bit more further along. But that's the thing that really interests me. The lepto stuff, I didn't really know much about Leptoceratops before we dug these things up.
Nobody really did. They'd never been found in the whole Hell Creek project. Not a single scrap of Leptoceratops, right?
Well, they probably were, but they weren't really identified. And Leptoceratops is a key species for understanding how the dinosaurs changed and adapted to their environment, or rather how they moved around in their environment in the very last million years of the Cretaceous, before the KT boundary. And we've seen some evidence that there are changing faunas through the Hell Creek Formation, and Leptoceratops is a part of it. If you look in the right places, you actually can find them fairly abundantly. We have found not one, not two, but we found 3 of these burrow horizons of Leptoceratops.
And this is, nobody else was able to find them before this. Everyone said, oh, they must be extremely rare. Maybe they're already extinct by the middle of the Hell Creek Formation. You hear people saying stuff like this, but they were just looking in the wrong places. Turns out, they seem to have preferred a particular kind of depositional setting. So, if you find that setting, you'll find leptos. Thank you, Ramona X Debs. Ramona Debs, I appreciate you clicking that follow button. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
And we're hoping to open up
a new exhibit. Sorry, the signal was cutting out here too while we were streaming originally. But I need to ask Denver when this exhibit is gonna.
The other one is a Montana State site. The other 2.
I need to ask Denver when that exhibit is actually gonna be unveiled, because I'd love to go there in person and give you a tour of it, Chad. I think that would be super, super cool. Anyway, here's a link to that VOD with a timestamp there. Leptoceratops, it's such a cool dinosaur. I love Leptoceratops so much. Got a personal connection to this this wonderful critter here. Yeah. Beautiful image by Gabriel Agueto there. You gotta love leptos. They're so cool. Yeah. Anyhow. Before I forget, let's do Metazoa. And hang on, did I give anybody a link to the hang on, did it not post? What happened with our refresh the page? There it is. Okay. Here's a link to this post if you'd like to engage with it. I love that it says live here. This is such a cool new feature that Blue Sky has. I love this. Super, super neat. I wonder if we'll have an influx of new chatters from Blue Sky. We'll see if the feature works. If that brings people over. But anywho, without further ado, let's dive into Metazoa. This is our daily animal guessing challenge. There is a mystery animal today. We gotta try and figure out what it is by making guesses and then narrowing things down using an evolutionary family tree. If anybody's new here that might be new to this concept, as far as we know, all living things on our planet, and all extinct things too, all originated from a common ancestor. They all evolved from the same ancestral original organism about 3.5 billion years ago, give or take a few 100 million years. But you know, what's a few 100 million years between friends or relatives? When we as scientists say that living things are related to one another, we don't just mean, oh, they look similar, they make us feel similar, they have similar vibes. That's not what we mean. We mean that they are literally related to one another, like a family tree. In the same way that you're related to your siblings or your cousins, different species of living thing are also related to one another. Just like you have the same parent or parents as your siblings, you also have some of the same grandparents as your cousins. You are related to them. You come from the same ancestor. All living things are like this. Since Metazoa is an animal guessing game, let's jump down to the animals here. There we go. And we will use this to help visualize these relationships as we go through and guess. So, without further ado, let's start it.
Hold on to your butts.
I usually like to start with a mammal for this, because this game is kind of tilted toward mammals.
In that brief moment,
Pothawk.
we alone are the only species to comprehend and appreciate the great dinosaurs.
I appreciate the 16 months of support there, Pothawk. Thank you for keeping me here online. Appreciate you. Good stuff. How about polar bear or walrus? For I've been so cold the last week. I like that, Murph. I like that. Let's do polar bear. That's a nice one to start with. It's a carnivoran. I think bears are kind of overrepresented on Metazoa, so we'll start there. I think that's a good one to begin with. And, not anywhere close.
We have the Tradoon. Tradoon.
Sketchy Tracks, thank you for the 10 months of support there. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Good stuff.
Tradoon.
So our critter is not a polar bear.
Tradoon.
Let's jump to polar bear here. As we try and visualize this. Polar bears are here on the Tree of Life. Metazoa says, nope, not a polar bear. Best I could do for you right now is bilateria. These are animals with bilateral symmetry. So not only is it not a polar bear, it's not a bear at all. Nope. It's not a dog-like carnivoran or a carnivoran. It's not even a Laurasiathere. But it is a bilaterally symmetrical animal, so we gotta zoom way, way, way out to get to there. So with the way that Metazoa works is it'll show you the smallest evolutionary group that includes your guess plus the mystery animal. So if it's telling us bilateria here, well shoot, that means we were nowhere close, but it does give us more information than you might otherwise think. So bears, like all vertebrates, are a kind of deuterostome. But it didn't say deuterostoma. It said bilateria, which means we can effectively cross off this branch here. We know it's not one of these guys. So there's about 82,000 species we can ignore there. Instead, it's going to be a protostome. We've still got 1.3 million species here, but, you know, at least we're somewhere. You know? It's not the worst starting place. I'm going to guess just by the numbers it's some kind of arthropod. One of these guys. These are the insects, the arachnids, the crustaceans, the myriapods, all those critters. Myriapods like millipedes. Give me the name of an insect, chat. We'll start with an insect, given that there's so many species, and we'll go from there. What do you think? Dung beetle, says Pothong. Okay, we could do dung beetle. Let's see if they have that. Dung beetles are a kind of beetle, a kind of coleopteran. That is a famously speciose group. There's a ton of species. Speciose is a word that we use sometimes when we say there's a lot of species. It's a highly speciose group. So dung beetle is a good place to start. Let's see. Oh boy. Alright, our critter is not a dung beetle. It's not a beetle. It's not an insect or an arthropod, but it is a protostome. So that didn't go as well as I was hoping. But that's okay. Our critter could be one of these guys. A snail or something like that. Some kind of mollusk, perhaps, or it could be a worm. Let's try for a kind of mollusk. That's a group that has a lot of species, too. Mollusks are things like cephalopods, octopus, squid, cuttlefish, nautilus. They're things like snails, slugs, chitons. Those are all mollusks. Yeah. Mirror Space's mimic octopus. That's a good one to do. They don't have mimic octopus. Ordo says, let's do snail. That's funny. There's probably thousands of species of snail, but Metazoo just has snail. Let's try that. That's a kind of mollusk. Here. Holy cow! That was a super lucky guess. Ordo's bassist. That was kind of nuts. I mean, I guess... How many species of snail are there? Snails. Here's pond snails. And then we'll zoom out from there. But there's got to be thousands of species of snail, right? Yeah, snails and slugs. 68,000 species. Holy cow. And it's funny that snail is just... Okay, snail. You escar got the answer. I did, Crimson. You and your puns, Crimson. Mayor Space. That is correct. It is,
9,000!
Yeah, that's a lot of species. Yeah. Anyway. And the amber snail in the picture had a parasite, said Leek Wibble. Did it? This one here. Anyway, let's paste the. Let's post this to Blue Sky. Lucky today. There we go. It's bringing our average score way down 5.2 now. That's really good. That's really good. Oh man. Again, you got 20 guesses to try and figure out what the mystery animal of the day is. I got it in 3 today. Thanks for the good guess there, Otospaces. Nice. Murph says, are all slugs snails, but not all snails are slugs, or is it the other way? You know, I'm not totally sure, Murph. I don't know that. Let's see if we can find a video explaining this. Slugs versus snails. Oh, cool. Cool. From the Carnegie Museum of Natural History in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I've collected fossils for the Carnegie Museum. Matt Lamana, friend of the channel, friend of the show, Dr. Matthew C. Lamana is the curator of paleontology at the Carnegie Museum. But here's an invertebrate expert here we're going to hear from.
Hello, my name is Tim Pierce. I'm the curator of collections here at the Carnegie Museum. I take care of the mollusk collection and I conduct research as well. And somebody has been asking me, if I take the shell off of my snail, will it become a slug?
No.
Well, that's an
Don't do
interesting
that.
question. Actually, slugs are related to snails. They look like snails without a shell, but in fact, most slugs do have a shell on the inside.
Interesting. Huh. Yeah, that would be cruel. Don't take a... If you take the shell off of a snail, you will kill it. And all its guts will spill out. It's really gross. But yeah, most slugs do have a shell on the inside. It's not a particularly rigid shell. You know what? What am I going to say this is like, chat? What am I going to draw an analogy to here? You've got a shell, but it's probably flexible and it's kind of on the inside. I wonder what it could be. A leatherback turtle also has a shell, but it has a certain degree of flexibility, and it's on the inside of a soft, leathery skin, you know? I wonder if it's like that. I wonder if it's like a series of whatever the invertebrate equivalent of ossicles is, you know? It very well could be. Let's see.
Snails without a shell, but in fact, most slugs do have a shell on the inside. Not all of them do, but most of them do. So, snail biologists, we do think of slugs as being snails. The snails came first, and they reduced the size of their shell, and they internalized it, and then they became slugs.
Does that answer your question, Murph? I didn't know this. This is news to me. Slugs are a kind of snail. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah. Like we mammals now carry our eggs inside. There you go, Pothok, yeah. Yeah. Or like cephalopods. Yeah, Claire. It's kind of like, here. You had all kinds of different nautiloids during the Paleozoic and Mesozoic. Some of them with external shells. And then nowadays you have critters like cuttlefish, which look like they're nice and soft, but they have that cuttle bone inside of their mantle. I wonder if it's like that. In fact, this is another kind of mollusk, just like snails and slugs. I wonder if there is a similar evolutionary transition where you're taking that shell that used to be external, and over time, through thousands of generations, it becomes internalized. I wonder.
The size of their shell, and they internalized it, and then they became slugs. So if you think about a snail has...
Avocado Abogado says they learned that toughness comes from within. I like that. avocado. I like that a lot.
Has its guts up inside of its shell. So its internal organs and its heart and its liver and all of those, its kidneys, its gonads, those are all up inside of the shell. And then what you see is the head, and the foot. That's the part that sticks out of the shell. The snail is attached to its shell, so it cannot let go like a hermit crab can. The snail is attached, just like you are attached to your bones. You can't really take your bones out temporarily.
Yeah, I
Now,
wouldn't recommend
if you turn a snail into a slug, where do you put the guts? So the guts of a slug.
He means that figuratively. He's not talking about ripping the shell off. He means this figuratively. If you're going to evolve into a slug-type body plan from a snail-type body plan with the shell and everything, where do you put all that stuff?
The slug actually hollows out its foot and it puts its guts inside of there. So that's what.
Again, he means this in a figurative sense. They don't literally do that. It's like this is what's happened over the course of evolution, over tens of millions of years.
Happens when you go from a snail to being a slug. Now, there is this thing called a semi-slug. Here's a picture of a semi-slug.
Whoa, cool. Looks a little bit different. It sounds like semi-truck, you know? I'm guessing this is a bit bigger and is unrelated to a semi-slug.
And you can see it's got a little bit of a hump on the back. So the hump on the back is where those internal organs are. And it has a little bit of a shell on the back there too. But the shell is way too small for the semi-slug to pull back into.
So that's really interesting. The semi-slug, it's almost like a transitional form. Yeah, it's kind of halfway in between being the more primitive bow plan, the ancestral one, the snail with an external shell. It's like it's in transition. That's really cool. I didn't know this was a thing. Really neat. Semi-slugs. With some of these, you can actually see part of the hard shell, but most of it is enveloped by the skin. Really cool. Yeah. Really, really cool. Kermit says, looks like a bad warp or a tumor. It's not a tumor. It's not. No, this is just how they are. That's so cool. Oh, man. How wild is that? I'm learning a lot here, too. This is really cool. This is really cool.
Here I'm picking up the shell of one of our semi-slugs from the Great Smoky Mountains.
It's reduced.
So this is a shell that it coils just a few times, and if you could see the animal, well, we'll show you a picture of the animal.
That's really neat.
The shell is way too small for the animal to pull back into. So this is called a semi-slug, and so it's got a hump on its back that have the internal organs in it. And
Murph says, per Wikipedia, there exist about 1,000 species of semi-slugs in comparison to only about 500 species of slugs? Really? So they are twice as speciose as the true slugs. Wild. That's really neat. They're the norm. I guess so, Scoobs, yeah. At least by the numbers. Alright, we got a hyphen in there. Semi-slug. Wild. I didn't know that this was a thing. Very cool. They're also spelled semis. Okay, also without the hyphen. They're land gastropods whose shells are too small for them to retract into, but not quite vestigial. Interesting. So here's Cryptella canariensis from the Canary Islands. That's so cool. That's so cool. Oh, man. How many species of pickup slugs are there? I don't think they met cafe standards, Mayorspace. I think they had to be discontinued. And so Pothok says, so they're in the middle of an evolutionary adaptation? Excellent question, Pothok. No. Well, that's the thing, is that when we're thinking about evolution, there's a very, very common misconception that evolution is like some kind of directed process. That there's some sort of direction that creatures are trying to move in, or some end goal in mind. And that is not correct at all. Evolution isn't really a process that has any foresight or anything like that. It's just each generation is a little bit different from the one before it, and different mutations will arise in a population, and some of them will be advantages, and most won't be. And sometimes little mutations arise that are advantages they allow that organism to reproduce more, and then that trait spreads throughout the population. With the semi-slugs, it seems like whatever they're doing is working really well. They've got, well over 1,000 species? Maybe some of those lineages there within the semi-slugs will eventually get rid of their shell entirely, but that all kind of requires there to be some pressure to make them do that. And yeah, I don't know. When you've got that many species of them, I think they're going to hold on to those semi-shells for a long, long time. So it's interesting to think of them as being like an evolutionary transition. It shows that evolutionary in-between works, and they can get along just fine with that. You don't have to jump directly from shell to no shell. That in-between state is perfectly fine. That's really cool. I don't know if any of those guys will ever lose that shell, though. Maybe some of them will. Some of those different species, but yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. And Crimson makes a really good point here. Slugs have been around for a while, around 350 million years. So if that was a transition, they are taking their sweet time. There you go. Yeah. It's kind of like how we have a lot of organisms today which represent kind of an ancestral state, and yet they're still around. You know? An example of this is kind of a crude example, but it kind of works. I think platypus is maybe a decent example. This is a kind of mammal who still lays eggs. They're not going to change that, you know? It's not like 10 million years from now, platypus will develop live birth. I don't think that's going to happen. But it does represent, it kind of points to this was a time when all mammals originally laid eggs. And then you have groups of mammals, the Therians. Those are the marsupials and the placental mammals together. Their ancestor developed live birth as a reproductive strategy, and they've been running with that ever since. But you still have some mammals, like the platypus, that lay eggs. The echidna does, too. Does the platypus eggs? I don't know. Huh. Anyway, it's interesting stuff. Yeah. And Pothok says if they were living in an environment that favored no shell really heavily, they would have already lost it, right? And that's exactly what happened with the slugs, apparently. Yeah. Yeah. And Wombat Hole says, I hope platypus are still around millions of years from now. Me too, you know? There's all of these creatures that they are like holdovers from an earlier time. There might be just a couple species left from this once grand lineage. And I really hope that we will continue to have those creatures long into the future, you know? I mean, case in point, leatherback turtle.
As tall as a two-story building, he could kill almost anything that crossed his path.
Hopefully not me, Kennedy104. Thank you so much for the 43 months of support, Kennedy. You know how much I appreciate that. Thank you for supporting science here on Twitch. Appreciate you, Kennedy. By the way, the that gift card that you sent me, Kennedy, has been very useful, and I really appreciate that. So thank you again for your generosity and your thoughtfulness. It means a lot to me. Yeah. And Merv says apparently the transitional phase is not so transitional. Yeah, I mean, something like that can look transitional in hindsight. But you have to, when you really understand evolution, you understand that it's about what works in the moment, during the current generation, under current conditions, you know? And conditions can change and your whole lineage could go extinct and then you don't have any descendants. But if you do have descendants, somebody could look back at you and go, oh yeah, well they were clearly a transitional form on their way to doing this. No, just doing my own thing right now, you know? So yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says every critter is transitional if they don't go extinct. Exactly. Yeah.
I'm the bad guy. Duh.
Here. Human evolution from protocells to people. From the dawn of life on Earth, with protocells, up until modern humans. You could look at every single one of these steps in the past and go, oh yeah, well that's a transitional form. They're on their way to something bigger and better. Sure, okay. But they weren't at the time. It's just an organism living its life and doing its best to survive and carry out its life processes and reproduce. If we as human beings ever have any descendant species, if we don't drive ourselves into extinction immediately, like it seems like we're really trying to do at present, if we do manage to survive into the future, then we ourselves right now would be a transitional species, you know? Everything is transitional, if you want to look at it that way. And this is kind of how it is for much of the natural world. Like, we as human beings love to categorize things, put them in neat, tidy little boxes, and say, oh, this thing is either this or that. But when you look back into the past, you see that many things are part of a gradient like this. Slow, incremental changes really add up over time. Does that make sense? Anyhow. There you go, Charlie Strain. That's a good point. It's like saying your parents or grandparents were transitional or only existed to give rise to you. It reminds me of, Calvin and Hobbes comic from probably the late 80s. 1988. Calvin says, just think, Earth was a cloud of dust 4.5 billion years ago. 3 billion years ago, the first bacteria appeared. Then came sea life, dinosaurs, birds, mammals, and finally, 1 million years ago, man. Now in 1988, there's me. The acme of evolution, Calvin says. Oh, please. This is the correct, the more correct attitude to have. Like, oh boy, get over yourself. You know? If you're lucky, you might be a missing link in somebody else's story. Might be a transitional form in their narrative. But yeah, And Claire Burr, we will get to that. Yeah, clips go to the week. Thank you, thank you. Here, let's finish out this video about snails and slugs and semi-slugs, and then we'll do clips go to the week. Thank you, Claire. I appreciate your reminder.
There's a group of semi-slugs from the Pacific Northwest, and they have the hump on the back with their internal organs in it, and their tail is muscular, and they can actually thrash their tail from side to side and jump. They're known as the jumping slugs of the Pacific Northwest. I once told my friend I was going to the Olympics, the Olympic mountain. I was going to the Olympics to see the jumping slugs, and she said, I didn't even know that was an Olympic event. So the if you go from a snail to being a slug,
I do want to see that real quick. Is there video of this? Jumping slug jumps. Here we go. There are 7 described species. Jumping may be predator avoidance. They're stressing out that slug. They jump by flicking their tail or twisting. Interesting. Alright, that wasn't quite as dramatic as I was anticipating. But you know, it's a slug. That's pretty cool as it is.
it's not like a snail with its shell taken off. It's a snail that evolutionarily has been internalized. I have some examples of slugs here. So these are some slugs in jars. These are some banana slugs. They would normally be kind of olive colored or sometimes bright yellow. These live out on the Pacific coast, only on the Pacific coast, from mid-California up to Alaska.
And redwood forests.
They can get pretty big. They're bigger than my index finger. And then this is a leopard slug. This particular one has faded a lot because it's been in alcohol for how long? This was collected in September 1909. So that's more than 100 years old, and so it's faded a little bit. But you can still see these here in Pittsburgh. They're not native to North America. They came from Europe. But this is an example of one of our larger slugs. So evolution works in small steps. If the snails came first and then evolved into the slugs through the semi-slugs, evolution has to work in small steps, and every form all along the way has to work. It has to work. It has to be able to stay alive and survive in its
Bingo.
Habitat. So
I love that I was using this as an opportunity to teach that concept, and there's a guy who's curator of this museum. You're doing the same thing.
Let's take a look at the advantages and the disadvantages of shells. Snails have shells, slugs don't have shells. So the snail has a shell. It's got a shell that's there for protection from predators, protection from drying out, but it also has some disadvantages. The shell means that the snail has more requirement for calcium, and it also means that it's got this big thing on its back. It cannot fit into the tiny hidey holes. So that's two positives, two negatives. Let's look at the slug now. The slug has no shell for protection from drying out or protection from predators, but it has less need for calcium, and it also can fit into those tiny hidey holes. So two negatives, two positives. Let's take a look at the semi-slug now. So the semi-slug has a shell. It's not very big. The snail cannot pull back into it, but it's still got a shell. So it's not really protected from the predators. It's not really protected from drying out. It still has a need for calcium, and it still has something that at least prevents it from getting into the really tiny hidey holes. So those are four negatives. How in the world do semi-slugs survive? How in this transition?
There's probably not a whole lot of pressure on them.
How do the semi-slugs survive? And that is a mystery. It's still not known.
Crazy Carl says, every time I hear slug and shell, I keep thinking of shotguns. It's a very American thing to say, Crazy Carl. Yeah.
But I did study that, and I found that most semi-slugs seem to have evolved on warm oceanic islands. So oceanic islands within about 30 degrees of the equator.
And hey, Reiko,
on
how you doing?
oceanic islands.
Good to see you.
Well, Doesn't it rain between 2 and 4 in the afternoon every day? So you don't have to worry about drying out.
That's crazy, Carl. Yeah.
And islands, many islands don't have predators. And if you do need some calcium, there's sometimes some calcium that washes up with the corals and the shells that wash up on the beach. Hidey holes. Well, if you don't have predators and you don't have worry of desiccation, drying out, then you don't really need a hidey hole. So where would it be better to be sluggish? On a warm tropical oceanic island. How about that? I'll sign me up. I'm ready to go.
Nice. Very cool. I love that. What a nifty video. Here is a link right in there. I'm gonna give that a thumbs up. Beautiful. Good stuff. Good stuff. Anyway, if any of you happen to be unfamiliar with Rhacodactylus and his channel, go give him a follow right now. He is a fellow scientist, a cognitive scientist. He studies why people believe weird things, whether it's urban legends or conspiracy theories or cryptozoology or whatever. And he talks about that on Wednesdays in particular. He does science outreach streams. He's currently on a partner push right now. And I know that that's not really what Twitch is about. Like, you know, Twitch is primarily a science platform, right? You know. Science. But if you're one of those people who are interested in that very niche subject of video games, you should go check out Rhacodactylus because he speedruns video games, and that's kind of the primary thing that he does here on Twitch. So yeah, if you have that very esoteric interest in video games, you might enjoy Rayco's stuff. Go follow Rhacodactylus right now. Yeah. Epstein says, what are video games? It's kind of like a movie, I think, except you push buttons and then it changes. You know? That's my understanding. Yeah. Oh, okay. We're not doing a partner push now? Well, we'll do it later. But we'll get you, we gotta ramp up to that point where you can vault into partnership, partnerhood, and then into Partner Plus. Yeah. Anyhow, Shane says, video games. I don't see them catching on. Yeah, it's like that whole internet thing, you know? I think it's kind of a fad. But, yeah. Anywho. And there you go, Reiko. Yeah, I like that. Let's do our clipping goat of the week thing. I don't have the video sting done for that yet. I got a little too ambitious putting together this whole video, all kinds of jokes and stuff. Let's just take a look at our clips from the past week, and we will see which chatter has gotten the most cumulative views on all their clips from the past week. Here we go. Let's take a look here. Not a whole lot of clips. I'm trying to encourage people to clip a few more clips. That's one of the best ways to grow on Twitch, is to have clips and have people share them on other platforms. And we have one from just a few minutes ago. Oh, shoot. Stop moving things around. Bad warp or a tumor. It's not a tumor. It's not. No, this... I like that VHS, James. That'll be part of the running for next week. Let's see. Yeah, how thin?
The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard dirter in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
Thank Thank you, Claire, for clipping that. Good stuff. Got a total of 2 views now. I try not to look at any of these until after, because I don't want to bias the tally.
Dirter.
This is from our fundraiser stream last Wednesday, and I hope you feel proud of that. Whether you made a donation or helped out just by getting our viewership numbers up today and people on, and this truly is a really special group of people. I know it almost feels silly to say that, like, here we are talking about dinosaurs on a live stream website. That might seem frivolous, right? But it truly is meaningful, and we can make a real material difference in the world. You showed that today. Oh, thank you, Reiko. I appreciate that. I'm really proud of this community. Pretty special. We raised over $1,000 for that food bank in Minnesota. That was a big deal. We made a real material difference in some people's lives. I think that's pretty stellar. Let's see. Lenina had 5 views on that. Claire has 2 views here. 2 views here. 4 plus 2 is 6. Plus 2 is 8. So tied with Sketchy Tracks here for 8. There are no turtles who study fossils. So no, there are no turtle paleontologists.
The oldest known...
No, I'm just kidding. I know what you mean. There are plenty of paleontologists who study turtles. Absolutely. In fact, my mentor in Berkeley when I was in high school, Pat Holroyd, she's a turtle paleontologist. She studies turtles, but she's not a turtle. Especially like Cretaceous and early Cenozoic turtles. I didn't exactly set you up for success there, Sketchy Tracks. 8 views is... It's pretty good for a joke that was this lame. I didn't give you very good material to work with there. Our clips goat of the week, our clipping goat of the week for this week was... Oh, hang on. Yeah, wait, shoot, is Sketchy Tracks. Who Sketchy Tracks. Who clipped this? A turtle, it's a tortoise. That's a kind of turtle, What are you talking about? So well done, Sketchy Tracks. You are our clipping goat of the week. Let's get some applause for Sketchy Tracks here. Good stuff. Thank you, Sketchy Tracks, for making those clips. I appreciate it. There is something to be said about being a turtle, though, says Racodactylus. What is this? Fair. Yeah. You know what? Can't argue with that. 50 years later, I'm a turtle. Turtles haven't figured out, man. I mean, they really do. They're a remarkably resilient group of animals. And again, at the KPG boundary, at the end of the Cretaceous period, when that asteroid hit the Earth and really messed things up for a good while, turtles do pretty well during that time. They only lose about 1/5 of their species, as opposed to us mammals. About 90% of mammal species died out at the KPG boundary, When that asteroid hit, things were bad. Like, really bad. The pterosaurs, these guys, completely wiped out. No species left after that. Just wrecked. Poor critters. Same with the non-avian dinosaurs. All the dinosaurs died except for a few species of birds. In fact, it was maybe only like 5 or 6% of bird species made it through. All the rest of them, extinct. Wiped out. Same with lizards and snakes, like 92% of their species destroyed. But the turtles, they did pretty well, you know? Considering how devastating that extinction event was, you know, this is not the sort of thing you'd want to live through. Absolutely not. And turtles just kind of shrug it off, you know? Really is something to be said for this. Yeah. And turtle shells are asteroid resistant. It's not just the impact of the asteroid, Cowardly Brave. It's all of the after effects. Not Adobe After Effects, but far worse. Far less user-friendly. Oh man, when that asteroid hit,
we have not found yet is any dinosaur skeleton anywhere in the world above the KT boundary layer.
we now call it the KPG, but that's
Scientists now knew what lived here and their ultimate fate. Within 1,000 kilometers of the impact, death came quickly.
If you turn your oven on broil, open the door, put your hand into the glow bar, that's what the dinosaurs felt very soon. And they were probably broiled alive within an hour or so.
Master asks, what would the ocean temperature have risen or fell during the aftermath? It would have risen very quickly at the outset, especially near ground zero, near the actual impact. In fact, the water around the impact was vaporized instantly. And then it would have cooled really dramatically shortly thereafter.
For dinosaurs further away, death may have been delayed, but not for long.
And this is aggravating because Spinosaurus and all the other Spinosaurids were already extinct tens of millions of years before this happened. So it's really dumb that they have a Spinosaur.
Soon, vaporized ejecta and smoke from fires filled the air.
And there may have also been a lot of sulfur blown into the atmosphere because the impact site in the Yucatan Peninsula had a lot of sulfur in it. And all of those things were abundant enough to obliterate the sun.
Yeah, just like Mr. Burns.
Without light, anything dependent on photosynthesis, on land or in the sea, was vulnerable.
Yep.
As food chains collapsed, giant reptiles still alive died off.
So it wasn't just temperature, it was also lack of sunlight that just collapsed the food webs, both in terrestrial and marine environments. On land and in the sea, with no photosynthesis, the food chain just collapses.
The Mesozoic era, the age of dinosaurs, was over. And there were...
Anyway. Yeah. Thank you, Claire, for posting that link. Yeah. No sun would be sad. Not just sad like seasonal affective disorder, but sad like nearly all of the plants died. And the photosynthetic plankton in the oceans also died. And then everything that feeds on them died, and everything that feeds on those critters died. And it's just a chain reaction. Ready. Why don't we put together our Triceratops now before I forget to do that? Yeah. Dundergunder said what? Actual turtles being paleontologists. Snowdenchi says Danny does talk a lot of hype about turtles, and we've never seen Danny and a turtle in the same stream at the same time. Snowdenchi, why? Don't. They're gonna shut me down. Anyway. Let's assemble this Triceratops, shall we? Yeah. So again, I've had this on stream many times. I've made frequent appearances on this channel, but I've often tried to cover up the fact that the end of the tail isn't there. You can see that here. No tail. And I finished this years ago, back when I was living at my old apartment. In fact, it may have been like 2021 or 2022 that I finished making this. And I don't know what my reasoning was, or what I thought my reasoning was for not having finished the tail. And then I realized it yesterday. I'm like, oh, I've got some time on the 3D printer. I'm not working on anything at this moment in particular. DDRR33WW, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. I am printing something else right now, but I thought, hey, why don't I finally finish printing the baby trike tail? And then I realized why I never finished it before. There was a good reason why I didn't finish it. I couldn't. My printer nozzle was too big. I realized that when I started slicing the files in order to get this ready for printing. The level of detail that I needed was not achievable on the standard nozzle that I used to have on the printer. Now that we've got a 0.25 millimeter nozzle, super fine nozzle, now I could actually make it work. So I did. We've got those printed, and let's put it together. You know? Yeah. Yeah. There you go, Rico. I like that. And Wombat Hole says, did ape-like humans lose a tail or not evolve one? So our ancestors did have tails, Wombat Hole. And occasionally somebody will be born with a vestigial tail. It happens. You get those kinds of atavisms occasionally. But no, our ancestors certainly did have tails. Go back to this figure from earlier. Yeah, you've got to go back to like Egyptopithecus or around this time, I guess. Yeah. So it's not that this critter did have a tail, and this is probably, if it's not on the direct line of evolution going to humans, it's at least close. Along with the other species that you see in this this nifty diagram here. I want to also make it very clear that this almost makes it seem like, oh, well, the end result is us, right? No, it is not. We, as human beings, are not the end goal of evolution. We're just what happens to be around right now. Every single one of these other stages here also had other descendants that branched off in other directions, and many of them are also very successful groups today. These critters around this time, these lobe-finned fish that came up onto land, they gave rise to all of the tetrapods. So that's all of the amphibians and the reptiles and the mammals. Right here. And Tiktaalik is in there, avocado. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Here's the tetrapods. So all of the mammals and the reptiles, including birds, snakes, and lizards, and the amphibians too. These are all a kind of lobe-finned fish. Here we go. Lobe-finned fishes, including tetrapods. They're sarcopterygians. That's these guys here. There's Tiktaalik right there, in fact. So at just about every single step that you see here, you could draw other branches coming off, giving rise to other critters. It's just this one happens to be focused on humans because, well, let's face it, as human beings, we tend to be a little self-interested. That's one of our less positive qualities. But there's branches on the branches. Exactly, Barian. Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the things I really like about this tree of life. The kind of like fractal pattern that they put it in here is really cool because you can zoom into any one particular leaf on the tree, on any one branch, and then you can zoom out from there until you go all the way back to the dawn of life itself. Pretty darn cool. Yeah. And Reiko says, still amazes me that they put a human in the most unusual habitat for a human as a representative picture. I mean, that is kind of one of our characteristics, though, is that we do tend to invade places that we did not evolve to inhabit. I think that's a good example. That's kind of what we do, you know? We're a highly Video muted? Shoot, this isn't... Sorry. What's going on here? Hang on. Apologies, this is... Windows Update screwed up a bunch of my audio drivers. So let's change this real quick. There we go. That kind of ruined the joke, but whatever. Yeah. And this is not 2 marshmallows. I was making a joke here. Here we go. Here's the actual 2 marshmallows thing.
The marshmallow test is a really great way to show how children delay gratification. We tried it out with the 4 children we've been following since September 2010, Alfie, Millie, Mackay, and Pratmesh. Here's how it works.
This
We
is
have
classic.
each child on their own sit at the table at a desk with a plate and 1 marshmallow. They could either choose to eat the marshmallow, the 1 marshmallow, right then and there, or they could wait until I came back into the room and have 2 marshmallows. I left them alone in the room for 15 minutes.
And 15 minutes can be like an eternity to a child if there's nothing else to do. So you see them like trying to occupy their time in other ways. It's really cute. But the point that I'm making here is that we as human beings, because of these big goofy brains that we have some ability to go against instinct, or not even instinct, but like the like simple urges that we have, you know? We can choose to ignore those things to a certain extent. You put a marshmallow in front of a dog, and, well, dogs can do this too, actually. You've seen the thing where, like, somebody will train a dog to, like, hold a treat on top of her nose, and you go, wait, okay. And then the dog goes, and eats it. Yeah. So it's not just a human trait. But yeah, delayed gratification. Exactly, Claire.
Take a look. The marshmallow test has been used for decades by psychologists. It's been used with children to predict later academic success, including
So Ricodactylus could tell you a lot more about this than I
and
could.
other academic outcomes.
This is much closer to his
There's no
field of
definitive
expertise.
answers from the marshmallow test. It's not a matter of passing or failing. What we're looking for is whether children can really resist this piece of white candy sitting in front of them that's sweet, that, you know, the smell of it, the allure of the marshmallow. In Pratmesh's case, we really saw this added curiosity because he had never actually tasted a marshmallow before. All of the children managed to show some level of self-control and resist the temptation to eat the whole marshmallow. As you can see from the footage, you can catch a glimpse into children's ability to control their impulses. This ability, which is developed around the time of kindergarten, can be linked to other outcomes later in life. At the end, the marshmallows were in kind of different states. Some had been squished, ripped apart, nibbled around. There was this temptation and there was this impulse to kind of try it out.
Anywho, and so there's been a lot of hate made of this, like, oh, kids who can resist the impulse to just immediately eat the marshmallow, those are kids who tend to be, they grow up to be more successful in life, whatever that means. So how do you define that? Yeah, but in a certain sense, like, being able to control or ignore or focus on things other than your impulses can be a really important life skill. And that's something that we as human beings, we're supposed to be good at that kind of thing. Not everybody is. But it's something that, like, we as humans see as a very human trait. Even if it's not all that common. Bravo Alpha Echo says, I have no self-control. I would have most definitely eaten the marshmallow. Well, then you would have only gotten one, I guess. Yeah. And again, because that's the point. The kids were told that if you're able to wait until she comes back to the room, you get 2 marshmallows. Reika says, there's a fair amount of hype and misunderstanding about this research too. Classic, but a bit oversold in the media about what it reveals about the variation of human behavior, rational decision-making, and immediate context. Yeah. And I'm sure there are ways to, like, cheat at the game too. Where, like, my first instinct in a situation like this is, let me pick up the marshmallow, maybe on the plate, go set it in the corner of the room, and then go sit down again. And, you know, if you can alter your surroundings in order to make things easier for yourself. But that might be considered cheating, I don't know. Yeah. Anyway. Kennedy says, Professor Smith, if you wait 15 minutes, we can give you 2 test subjects for the marshmallow study. If you're able to wait an additional month, we will double your grant fund. I brought my own marshmallows this period, yeah. And Trick Track says, but the marshmallow might attack any second, and that's actually kind of what Reiko brings up, right? Additional studies, Reiko says, have shown that there are conditions under which it is rational for children to learn to take immediate gratification, such as conditions of resource deprivation and uncertainty. There you go. What if the marshmallow is going to run away? Or what if it might eat you? It might pay to eat it as quickly as you can, because you don't know what that marshmallow is going to do. Part of it also is probably, how much do you trust the grown-up who's telling you, oh, yeah, hey, if you don't eat that marshmallow right now, if you wait till I come back, I'll give you 2. What if you don't believe her, you know? What if a grown-up told you something similar in your life? In the past, and they lied. Or they were wrong for some reason. Or they came back and they ate the marshmallow and you got nothing, you know? Anyway, it's interesting stuff. I'll give you a link to this, but it doesn't surprise me when Reiko says that this whole thing has been oversold a bit. Yeah. Well, what if your sibling is there waiting to snatch it away? There you go, Trader Tots. Yeah. And trusting grown-ups in this economy? I know, right? Confused Echidna? They're not doing a good job, those grown-ups. We see what's going on in the world right now. Like, all 4 of these kids, in their present state here, when this video was made, I think would do a better job running things than the people who are actually in charge right now. Don't get me started. Yeah. Yeah. The kids don't have the option of borrowing someone else's. Yeah, they can't borrow against the equity of someone else's marshmallow and accrue compound interest on it. That's a good point. Yeah. And Reiko says, turns out a lot of human nature is in fact a reflection of individual context and learning history. Because, hilariously enough, there's no such thing as a human being who exists in the absence of a learning history. There you go, Reikadactylus, yeah. It's like that old... It's like critiques that have been leveled at the concept of the rational actor in economics, you know? Maybe that's not entirely related, but it reminds me of that. It has a similar flavor in my mind, you know? Like, oh, well, all economic decisions are, you know, are rational because, you know, human beings are rational actors in the subject of economics. It's like That's kind of what the entire science, and I say that with heavy, heavy quotation marks, science of economics is kind of built around, is this idea that, well, systems are rational, and they're not. But yeah. Reiko says, human nature is defined by flexibility and variation because we happen to exist as a species across a wider variety of environments than basically anything else on the planet. Case in point. Not our natural habitat. Yep, we got there. Flexibility, adaptability, improvisation, playing against our impulses and our instincts and our being willing to be uncomfortable for the pursuit of an end goal. That is something that we as human beings have. That's to a certain extent kind of, you could say that's part of human nature, I guess. Whatever that is. And I think that's one of the reasons why we as human beings, many of us, if not most of us, have so many misperceptions about evolution, you know? The march of progress here in evolution is such this idea that, like, oh, there is some end goal in mind and everybody's striving toward that. That's not how it works. And we have difficulty wrapping our minds around that. That there can be processes that don't have an end goal in mind. There's no agency there. It's just, here's an organizing force in the natural world that doesn't have a coherent mind behind it, you know? We're eager to see agency and purpose and directionality in things where it doesn't exist. That it almost has something to do with like pareidolia, you know? Seeing patterns where they don't exist. And again, Reiko could tell you a lot more about this than I could. Yeah. Here.
Imagine opening a bag of chips only to find Santa Claus looking back at you. Or turning the corner to see a smile as wide as a building. Humans see faces in all kinds of mundane objects, but the
serious game of paleontology.
And Otis Obosran, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
aren't real. They're illusions due to a phenomenon known as face pareidolia.
Yep.
So why exactly does this happen? And how far can this distortion of reality go? Humans are social animals, and reading faces is an important part of our ability to understand each other. Even a glimpse of someone's face can help you determine if you've met them before, what mood they're in, and if they're paying attention to you.
Yeah, and are they predator or prey? Are they going to eat you or should you eat them, you know?
We even use facial features to make snap judgments about a person's potential trustworthiness or aggression. To capture all this vital information, humans have evolved to be very sensitive to face-like structures.
Yep.
Whenever we see something, our brain immediately starts working to identify the new visual stimuli based on our expectations and prior knowledge. And since faces are so important, humans have evolved several regions of the brain that enable us to identify them faster than other visual stimuli. Whereas recognizing most objects takes our brain around 1/4 of a second, we can detect a face in just 1/10 of a second. It makes sense that we'd prioritize identifying faces over everything else, but brain imaging studies have revealed that regions may actually be too sensitive, leading them to find faces where they don't exist. In one study, participants reported seeing illusory faces in over 35% of pure noise images shown to them, despite the fact that nothing was there. It might seem concerning that our brains can be so wrong so often,
But I think what they're going to say here is that it's better to have a false positive than a false negative, you know? It's far less costly to go, wait, is that a face? Okay, I guess not. Than to have somebody looking at you and not recognize it, you know? So type 1 versus type 2 error.
These illusory faces might actually be a byproduct of something evolutionarily advantageous. Since processing all the visual input we encounter quickly and correctly is an enormous computational effort for the brain, this kind of hypersensitivity might act as a useful shortcut. After all, seeing illusory faces is usually harmless, while missing a real face can lead to serious issues.
Yeah.
But for hypersensitivity to be more helpful than harmful, our brains also need to be quick at determining when a face is real and when it isn't. So how fast can our brains tell when they've been duped? To answer this question, researchers used a form of brain imaging known as magnetoencephalography. By measuring the magnetic fields caused by electric currents in the brain, this technique allows us to track changes in brain activity at the scale of milliseconds.
Yep, and this is something that I want to be clear, it's not exclusive to modern humans. This is something that goes back much further in into our ancestry. In fact, it goes back to at least to about here. Have you ever seen those? Here, I'll give you a link to this TED Ed animated video here. Ever seen those videos of cats and cucumbers? So, I don't know exactly how ethical this is. You could make your own judgment about that. But yeah. Take a look. Harry Vetch says my reaction to vegetables as well. Oh goodness. Oh. So the idea here, the explanation that I've heard is that this is cats reacting to something that, out of the corner of their eye, it immediately looks kind of like a snake. And so it is a form of pareidolia. It's the same thing as like a horse freaking out when there's a garden hose on the ground next to it because it looks like a coiled snake. We as human beings have similar things like that too. But yeah. Brianna Singh says, my dog has been scared by a cucumber once. Interesting. Yeah. But yeah. When I was a kid, I had a bunch of plastic snakes and other lizards and stuff. And they would go missing. They would disappear. Because my mom would take them and borrow them to go put them in the backyard and the front yard too. Because she was not happy that neighborhood cats would come and like just poop all over the yard. She didn't like that. So she used to take my plastic snakes and put them all over the place outside. And it did seem to cut down on the amount of cat poop we'd have to clean up out of the yard, you know? So yeah, it's a real thing. I like it when some of the cats they just freak out for a split second and then they go, oh, okay. It's not actually a threat, you know? Oh. Oh. Anyway. But I think it makes an important point here in that we as human beings, we exist on this spectrum here. We hold many of the same traits within us that we've inherited from our ancestors, and we have those in common with a lot of other species on our planet. We as human beings are not some sort of creature that is completely different from every other living thing. We exist on a spectrum. We exist on a tree of life, and we have other creatures that are very closely related to us and share most of the same traits with us. We've been separated from the chimps for about 6 million years. We've developed a lot of differences in the time since then, but we've got a lot of similarities too. And we even share a lot of similarities with another creature from whom we split about 85 million years ago. That critter is a cow. There's a neat piece of news that I saw this morning that I wanted to share with you that speaks to this. Cows have now been documented using tools. There you go, Claire, yeah. I think this is pretty neat. Back-scratching bovine leads scientists to reassess intelligence of cows. Brown Swiss in Austria has been discovered using tools in different ways, something only ever seen in humans and chimpanzees. This is pretty neat, you know? Apologies to anybody in the chat who is not vegetarian, the sort of person who eats cows on a regular basis. This might impose some kind of moral quandary. Not my fault. It's just science. Scientists have been forced to rethink the intelligence of cattle after an Austrian cow named Veronica displayed an impressive and until now undocumented knack for tool use. Whitger Wigela, an organic farmer and baker from a small town in Carinthia, near the Italian border, keeps Veronica as a pet and noticed that she occasionally played with sticks and used them to scratch her body. Weigela said Veronica began playing with pieces of wood years ago and worked out how to scratch herself with sticks. He said she also recognized family members' voices and hurried over to meet them when they called. I was naturally amazed by her extraordinary intelligence and thought how much we could learn from animals: patience, calmness, contentment, and gentleness. Word soon got around, and before long a video clip of the cow's behavior reached biologists in Vienna who specialize in animal intelligence. They immediately grasped the importance of the footage. It was a cow using an actual tool, said Dr. Antonio Osuna Mascaro at the city's University of Veterinary Medicine. We got everything ready and jumped into the car to visit. Let's see if I can find you a video about this, because I bet you there is. I created a video about all this stuff. Here we go, from Scientific American, 7 hours ago. Here's Veronica right here, using a broom to scratch herself. She's not been trained to do this. This is just a natural behavior she's documented on, or she's exhibited, I should say, on numerous occasions. It's now been documented. Pretty cool. Vigela, I think. Thank you, Avocado. And Crazy Carl. Nice. Yeah. And Murph says, hey, I get it. When you got that itching spot, you got to get it. Exactly. Yeah. And rather than getting the story through a reporter or another place where it may have been lightly editorialized or something like that, I think it's important to get things straight from the researchers. So we've got a thread on Blue Sky about this. Check it out. Here's the researcher himself, Antonio J. Osuna Mascaro. Cow tools. It says, we've lived alongside cows for nearly 10,000 years. It's been a long time since their initial domestication. We breed them and exploit them. It is now, and only now, that we've discovered they can use tools. Here I described our study. Here is a link to the paper in the journal Current Biology. This is very cool stuff. I wonder if Balint is going to be talking about this later on Science Streams. It's very topical. Anyway, here's Veronica right here on the cover of Current Biology. Good for her. Wow. That's pretty cool, actually. Genuinely, that's really cool. Good for her. And then here's Gary Larson's Cow Tools comic. And is it open access? I think it is. Oh, wait. No, is it not? There is at least a video abstract. View PDF? Oh, no, it is. Well, well, well.
Access granted.
Yeah, good stuff. It is indeed open access. Here's a link to the actual paper there. And Wombat Hole says Ultrasaurus might have a few things to say. Yeah, let's get a shout out for Ultrasaurus.
You could hire a dinosaur to put a swimming pool in your backyard. All you'd have to do is show up for 5 minutes, whop, instant swimming pool.
Okay. Disco Fountain, thank you for the 13 months of support. I really appreciate that. Star Trek. I hope your Star Trekking goes well. Here, let me give you let me play you out with there we go. Appreciate you, Disco Fountain. And Antonio says, I prepared a video summarizing the study. Please come back here after reading the thread. Oh, good stuff. All right, we'll open that in a new tab. This is the story of Veronica, a 13-year-old Braunvieh cow living in a rural area of Austria. Veronica is not a production animal, so she's not been raised to kill and eat or anything like that, or for milk. She lives life as a companion animal and spends much of her time interacting with humans. What gorgeous surroundings too, by the way. You know? What a lucky cow. And now she's become an ambassador for cows everywhere. That's pretty cool, actually. Yeah. Claire versus Austria. Yeah. This, you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of that episode of Band of Brothers where they're in Austria after VE Day, after the end of the war. It's just, holy cow, they're in this gorgeous place. This is what that reminds me of, you know? Yeah. And she uses tools, yeah, Kennedy. She's the pet of Vidgar Weigela. Is that it? Weigela? One of the last traditional bakers in Austria. That's got to be him there. And descendant of the painter Franz Weigela. Oh, cool. Okay. Vidgar is a striking personality and is deeply passionate about nature conservation. 9 years ago, Vidgar began to notice something unusual. Veronica played with tree branches that she found on the ground and started using them to scratch herself. Not occasionally, but systematically and repeatedly. We're not talking about rubbing against fixed objects, which is common in cattle. We're talking about manipulating an object, holding it, orienting it, and actively using it to reach specific parts of the body. This is extending the limits of the body itself. This is tooling. It's important. This raised some key questions. Again, this is not just somebody going, "Oh, that's weird." Like, this is a systematic approach. This is looking at this in an organized, scientific way. If Veronica was using tools flexibly, then that would mean there's some like criteria that she would have to meet in order for this to be true complex tool use. So she would have to use them functionally. She would need to understand what she was doing and be sensitive to the tool's function. These are the things that need to be observed in order to say, okay, this is genuine tool use. So actual cow tools, yeah. Steely Dan, yeah. Yeah. To study this, we designed a simple experiment. I love this. We offered Veronica a tool with two functionally distinct ends. It was a broom with thick bristles, so like a push broom. You know, like this. That's what we're talking about here. Okay, we're all on the same page. This is perfect because it had one functional end, the brush, and one non-functional end, the stick. So here she is, I guess, being offered the tool there. If her behavior was flexible, we expected three things. And so, again, they're approaching this from a very scientific standpoint. It's like, we're going to make some predictions here, and we'll see if they're borne out by our experiment. Like, let's think hard about this before we do it. This is not a gee whiz sort of thing. This is systematic observation, testing. So we expected three things if her behavior was actually flexible. One, that she would use the tool repeatedly. Two, that she would target hard-to-reach areas on her body. And three, she would show a preference for the brush over the stick. Veronica confirmed all our predictions, but she did much more. She exceeded all of our expectations. As predicted, Veronica used the brush about 2.5 times more than the stick, and used the tool only to reach areas that were difficult or impossible to reach otherwise. I love this figure here. This is great. Oh, man. Sometimes, she also used the stick part to scratch herself. At first, we thought this was a mistake. They thought maybe that's just a goof, she doesn't know what she's doing. Perhaps she was not paying attention or did not care about how effective it was. But then we began to see a pattern. When she used the stick, it was not an error. She used it functionally. This is so cool. Veronica used the brush with its thick and abrasive bristles to scratch parts of her body with thick skin. She used the stick to scratch areas with delicate skin, such as the umbilical region, the udder, or the anal area. But it does not stop there. So there we go. So she's using the brush part on her back, where her skin is a lot thicker, tougher. Oh. But on her underside, she's using the stick part of it. Like, oh, for my back? No, I used the bristles for that. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Veronica used different techniques depending on the end of the tool. With the brush, she used lateral movements and sometimes the same technique that any of us use when sweeping, lifting, and resting the broom. With the stick, she used very gentle, controlled pushes. So again, she's using it differently depending on which end she's scratching with. So this is complex behavior here, you know? She's being very purposeful about this. Of course, Veronica uses tools egocentrically on her own body. This is simpler than the allocentric tool use. So like we were talking about with Michael on Thursday, Aloe means like over there. So she's using this tool on herself. She's not using it to gather food or get grubs out of a tree trunk or something like observed in chimpanzees. Directed at external objects. Still, Veronica's ability is astonishing. Of course, Veronica also has limitations. After all, she's a cow, and her body is not that of a chimpanzee. But these limitations offer us a window into her mind. Veronica wraps the tool with her tongue and brings it to the diastema, with which she holds it firmly. So, the diastema is, we talked about this, was it last week or the week before? That's the part of the skull without the teeth in it. So toward the front of the jaws, you have this toothless part. Marcy Walks Dogs, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. And you're playing some Animal Crossing. Well, we're talking about animals right now. Living animals, in fact. There you go. Thank you, Marcy, for the raid. I appreciate you. We had a good stream. So she's using that part of her jaw to actually hold the broom there, which is neat. So you can see she picks it up with her tongue, draws it into her mouth, and then she's holding it there in the space between her incisors and her premolars and molars. That's kind of where she can grasp it most firmly. The tool remains fixed in this space, where she normally uses to process grass, with very limited possibilities for readjustment. This is why Veronica must anticipate and ensure she grips the tool correctly in order to reach the body part she wants to target. During the experiment, and also while resting and using her old sticks, we observed several tool readjustments. In all cases, the same thing happened. Veronica grasped the tool, released it, repositioned it, and then grasped it again to use the brush end. How cool is that? Tool use in a bovid. So cool. Sometimes she also uses the stick to scratch herself. At first we thought this was a mistake. Oh no, we already read this, sorry. Every time I open up a video, every time I am big in a video, it goes back to it. Despite her bodily limitations, Veronica has shown us that she can anticipate her actions and plan how to achieve her goal. This was yet another surprise. There's forethought going on here, you know? Yeah. So just how special is Veronica? So some people are going to hear this and go, well, you know, she must be some sort of genius, you know? Genius. The author's saying no. She's really cool, but we think it's her conditions that are special. The situation that she's in is what's prompting this behavior. She has the time and the wherewithal to be relaxed and think about these things. There are videos on social media of other cows and bulls using branches to scratch themselves. Some of them are Brahman bulls, Bos indicus, whereas Veronica is Bos taurus, domestic cow. Both lineages come from independent domestication processes in Asia and Europe and have been separated for nearly 500,000 years. I love that there's a paleontological perspective here too. An evolutionary perspective. This capacity probably already existed in potential form in the RX depicted in cave paintings. So the capacity to use tools to scratch yourself with other objects like this, pick them up in your mouth as a bovid and scratch yourself. This is probably something that's inherited from the common ancestor of Brahman bulls and Bos taurus, the modern domestic cattle. Their ancestor probably had that ability. It's probably something that the potential was there in the ancestor, which is so cool. We have lived in close contact with them, cattle, for nearly 10,000 years. How many years?
Over 9,000!
Yeah. There are around 1.5 billion cows and bulls on this planet, and only now have we discovered that they can use tools. I'm sure this is something that people have observed in the past, but it's never been documented, let alone documented scientifically. Yeah. And Dinosaur Dave says, cows on my farm use sticks like that all the time, and they're just dairy cows. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. So again, like I said, people have probably been seeing this for a long time, and it's just never has like an animal behavior scientist taken note of this and published on it. Or even if they did, it's never gotten this much attention. So a lot of people are surprised to hear this. And for a lot of folks, like, they're not really going to want to think about this because we as human beings often don't like to think about how we treat other species because we just rather not think about it, you know? I like this bit of commentary here. Gary Larson's famous cartoon failed, which is why it is so famous. According to Larson, this occurred due to two mistakes. One, thinking that it was funny. Two, drawing a functional handsaw among these supposedly absurd tools. There's his famous Cow Tools comic. Now we know of a third mistake, assuming the cows are stupid. They're cleverer than people like to give them credit for, you know? Perhaps the question is not whether cows can use tools, but why it took us so long to notice. Maybe because we continue to underestimate the minds of the animals we eat. Veronica's here to remind us of our biases. Love that. You can read the study here. It is published open access. Yeah, open access. In my favorite scientific journal, Current Biology. Excellent. You can find discussion of it everywhere. New York Times, CNN, National Geographic, BBC, Science, Nature, El País, ABC, La Vanguardia, El Diarios, and more. These have been very intense weeks of interviews, he says, but we are extremely happy with the overall response. Thank you all. The study was published in the memory of our beloved Fag Simmons. If you have questions, I will be happy to answer them. Cow College. I went to a cow college. People called Montana State a cow college. Oh. Okragar says, this is bad news. Incoming planet of the cows. Well, let me just say, I, for one, welcome our new bovine overlords. Please spare me, cows. I've lived a good life. I'm a vegetarian. Anyhow, let's go up to the video. Let's hear from the authors themselves. Flexible tool use in a cow, Boss Taurus, by Osuna Mascaro, and what's the co-author's name? Auersberg. There we go.
This is Veronica.
Hello, Veronica.
Veronica is a Swiss brown bee cow. And Veronica uses tools.
How cool is that? Just get a little lazy about it here.
She's 13 years old and lives in the southern countryside of Austria. She lived.
So part of why this behavior is probably not recognized all that often, and why it might not be as common as it might otherwise be under other circumstances, is she's really old for like a domestic cow. Most of these animals are slaughtered long before they reach the age of 13, you know? And the whole point is raising these animals, fattening them up as quickly as possible so that you can slaughter them and profit off of them. They're going to be, what, 2 or 3 years old? Something like that when they go to slaughter? She has lived a life long enough to be able to gather some experience, build a personality, and, you know, get creative with her surroundings. I think that's really cool.
with her mother for 3 years, and within her first year living alone, she developed this ability by herself.
Oh. Interesting. She didn't pick this up from another cow either.
The goal of her study was to test whether Veronica's tool use met the criteria for flexible tool use. In other words, whether her use of tools was goal-oriented, repetitive, and consistent with the tool's functional properties. For this, we tested her during 7 sessions and a total of 70 trials. We offered her an asymmetrical tool in terms of its shape and function, a deck scrap brush broom. We predicted that if Veronica used the tool to scratch herself, she will use the broom end and she will use it to reach parts of her body that were otherwise out of reach. And this is exactly what she did. As we predicted, she used the broom end more often than the stick end to scratch herself. And when she used tools, she does so to reach body parts that are otherwise unreachable. But then we found something interesting and unexpected. Veronica used each end of the tool in a different way. She preferred to use the blunt stick for the soft skin of her lower body, and she strongly preferred the hard bristles of the broom for her upper back, where the skin is thick.
Interesting.
All of this suggests that Veronica is sensitive to the physical properties and functions of her tools in relation to the body area she wants to reach. This might even qualify as the use of a multi-purpose tool, something extremely rare in nature, so much that there is only solid evidence of it in chimpanzees.
And I do wonder about that, whether it actually is that rare. Because if it's in cows and chimps, you got to go back, like we looked at earlier, pretty far to get to the common ancestor of these critters. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if it goes back even further than that. And this sort of behavior, it doesn't have to be something that's inherited from an ancestor. It could be developed independently, too. Yeah. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah. Really awesome.
So much that there is only solid evidence of it in chimpanzees.
So this is actually one of those things, I was telling Lordy about this morning at breakfast, where part of this was almost kind of frustrating, where it's like, well, I'm not shocked that cows can use tools. People have a real nasty tendency, I think, to underestimate the intelligence or the complexity of other living things, We like to think that we alone have anything approaching a mind or any sort of interior life, and that's... So sometimes it's almost like, I don't know, when you hear about animal behavior science in the news, it's like, animal behaviorists shocked to learn that animals have behavior. It's like, yeah, okay. That said, I love that they don't shy away from that here in this, Yeah.
Despite thousands of years since their domestication for labor, transport, and food production, the cognitive capabilities of cows have only recently begun to attract attention. Our long history of exploiting them has led to their underestimation. Veronica is certainly special, but we don't think she's particularly different to other cows. Her conditions are. Now we know that cows are capable of egocentric, flexible tool use, and it's time to recognize them.
Pretty cool.
Hello guys, my name is Vitka, and this is my very intelligent cow Veronica, and we have some message for you. Save the nature, then you protect yourself, and nature diversity is the key to survive on this planet.
Amen.
Thank you.
That's beautiful. I'll give you a link to that video right here. Superb. In fact, I want to leave a comment real quick. Antonio, thank you so much for conducting this research and really working hard to communicate it so effectively to the public. This video which I found through your Blue Sky post. It's brilliant. And I hope other scientists are taking note. I hope other scientists can gain inspiration about how to from you about how to bypass, how to reach the general populace directly. Without the say editorializing that comes about from traditional media. So often comes along with traditional media. Look at this graph! Gymno Fiono, thank you for showing us that lovely graph, and thank you even more for clicking the follow button. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Let's finish up this comment real quick. I just showed this on my... I just showed this to 240 plus viewers on my Science Outreach live stream, and they all seemed to love it from what I can tell from the chat. Cheers, and there we go. Comment. Good stuff. Again, the link is right here if you'd like to take a look. And subscribe real quick, too. There we go. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyway, pretty neat. And again, a link to the paper is right here in the journal Current Biology, which this didn't make it into Nature or Science, and that's probably for the best. I prefer that this be open access. There it is, no paywall at all. Good stuff. Here's the figures like we saw in the Blue Sky thread. Pretty excellent. Pretty Excellent. And chances are you'll be seeing this wherever you get your news. Let's see. Although we might be right at the beginning of this. Yeah. Here it is through IFL
Researchers
Science.
in Austria have just reported the first known case of tool use in a cow.
Pretty
Meet
cool.
Veronica. She's a 13-year-old Swiss brown cow living in the Carinthian region of southern Austria. When she was just 3 years old, she started picking up sticks to scratch herself, and now, at the age of 13, she's perfected her technique. When researchers travel to meet her...
By the way, the Carinthian region of Austria. Can anybody tell me a dinosaur who has an oblique connection to the Carinthian region of Austria? Maybe by way of its name?
presented her with a broom, a tool with
There you
two
go, Crimson
distinct
got it.
ends.
Corythosaurus,
And,
yeah.
as you would
The
expect,
Corinthian helmet lizard.
Veronica generally picked it up by the handle to scratch herself with the bristles, but sometimes she deliberately chose the other end so she could poke at sensitive areas with the smoother surface of the handle. This means Veronica can adapt her use of a multi-purpose tool based on the task, something
There you go, Claire,
otherwise
yeah.
only seen in chimpanzees. But despite this being the first scientific study of such behavior, Veronica isn't alone. Videos online show other cows doing similar things, including Brahman bulls, which belong to a lineage that diverged from Veronica's perhaps as far back as 2 million years ago. So, it appears the capacity to innovate tool use runs deep in bovine nature. We just haven't been looking for it.
Pretty cool. Pretty darn cool. So hopefully that gets a lot of coverage. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be really upset about this finding, actually, or they're not going to want to believe it. We as human beings have this, again, this nasty tendency to think that we are not just different in degree from other living things, but we are somehow different in kind, that we are apart from the rest of the natural world rather than being a part of the natural world. But again, we know through the study of anatomy, to a certain extent, through the study of behavior, through the study of genes, and through the study of the fossil record, that we are part of this grand tree of life, related to everything else on our planet. It's a beautiful thing. Humans use tools, so do cows. We share kinship with cows in the same way that we share kinship with all other living things on our planet. We're related to different things in varying degrees of closeness, but it's all the same tree of life. It's pretty cool to think about. And Claire Burr says, do you think this will lead to the UK adding cows to the list they made? The one with cephalopods and crustaceans on it? I don't think there's any shot at that, Claire, unfortunately. There's no money in that, you know? Unlike here, and Nachu, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Holy cow. Appreciate the generosity. 10 lucky chatters won't have to worry about seeing a single ad here for the next month. They're probably just as excited as this tenant move is. Shoot. Holy cow. Don't worry about him. He'll be okay. But yeah. I think the beef industry in the UK is... There's far too much money in that for there to be legislation about this, you know? Let's the old phrase, it is difficult to get a man to understand something when his salary depends on his not understanding it. People slaughtering and eating cows, it's a profitable business. It would be interesting. We might even see studies come out that say, well, we think this probably isn't real, and actually cows are stupid, you know? Certainly I've met some cows who didn't seem to be particularly bright, but that could be more of a situational thing than something that's inherent to their biology. You know what I mean? Anyhow, yeah. Anyway, Pothok, I appreciate you. I'll see you around. Thanks for being here. Yeah. And Sketchy Tracks, thank you for gifting Confused to Kidnap. I appreciate that, Sketchy Tracks. Thank you. Yeah, and thank you for the 40 bits there, Hanachu. Appreciate that too. Excellent. Yeah. Sketchy Tracks, were you here when you were crowned the clipping goat of the week this week? Were you here for that earlier? Because you won that for the past week. We went over this earlier. Which means... was I? Yeah. Here. Whoops. That's not... Was I? Yeah. Here. Whoops. There we go. Clips. There we are. Top 7 days. You have cumulatively... Oh, where'd it go? Oh, that must have been just over 7 days ago now. This is why we should do it at the beginning of the stream if possible. But anyway, Sketchy Tracks, you made a couple of clips that cumulatively got the most views. Cumulatively got the most views over the past 7 days. So you are our clipping goat of the week, the clipping greatest of all time of the week. You get a VIP for the week. Get some paleo salutes for Sketchy Tracks here. Good stuff. And which means that I should keep track of who got it from last week. I'll do that later. But anyway, good stuff. Clipping ungulate of the week. Well, GOAT is an acronym here, Pate B. The greatest of all time of the week.
That's what I'm talking about! That's why he's the MVP! That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
Yep. Thanks for making those clips, Sketchy Tracks. Appreciate it. Yeah. Anyhow, there are... I'm trying to encourage people to make more clips, and there are definitely ways to game that system. I kind of encourage that. If you make a clip that you think is good and you want to share it elsewhere on the internet, that will bring other people to this channel. And that's what we want as we continue to grow here. We're trying to expand this mission of science outreach. I think that's important. And yeah, you can post it other places on social media or whatever. Those count toward the views there. And the views are, that's our metric for this, you know? Yeah. That being said, we did Clipping Go to the Week, we did MetaZoo, we did a Blue Sky post, we talked about cow tools, let's work on this Triceratops tail, shall we? We've got missing caudal vertebrae on our Triceratops skeleton there. The tail truncates there. And as I was saying earlier, I finally realized why I'd never finished printing the tail, and it was that my printer couldn't do it. The nozzle was too big. Some of these vertebrae get so small at the end that it just couldn't do it. So we're gonna do that now. Now that I've got a 0.25 millimeter nozzle on this printer, we can print in fairly high precision. I'm printing a leatherback turtle bobblehead right now. Now that we've got this finally printed, let's finish up the skeleton, shall we? Let me get set up for this. Prepare our workspace. Hector here, Matt. We've got... I'll grab some tools, and we'll start gluing this thing up. It shouldn't take too long, and then we can get into some more fossil news as well. There we go. Excellent. Is it micron level precision? No, necromancy, but a quarter of a millimeter. Precision, which is pretty good for a 3D printer, at least for an FDM printer like I have. It's the kind where it adds new material. So, I'm going to be putting this together. Here's the very end of the tail. The vertebrae gets so small at the end that when they put these files together, there's just a bunch of them stuck together, which is wise. Try to print each of these individually and then assemble them. That would be difficult. So right now I'm removing some of the supports. Again, given that this is an FDM printer, there's a bunch of like scaffolding that gets printed around each of these things in order to support them during the printing process. If I had a resin printer, it wouldn't do this, but resin printers tend to be a lot more expensive, more finicky, and they smell really bad. And none of those things work for me in my space here, so we've got an FDM printer with those supports, the scaffolds, like I just called them. So here's the end of the tail right there. Is this the one? Yeah. So not only do we have the vertebrae, but we also have what we call the caudal chevrons. So if you look at a dinosaur skeleton, there are these little dangly bones that hang down from the underside of the tail. So let's talk about sauropods. Here is a diplodocid right here. So that's the hips and then the tail coming off of them. You see those bones dangling down? Those are called the caudal chevrons. And this is something that you see in most, if not all, dinosaurs. All dinosaurs that have prominent tails, at least. I guess you don't really have this in birds, the pygostyle, but they shorten their tail down to practically nothing. But your dinosaurs with a decent tail on them, they'll have those caudal chevrons. And in Diplodocus, in particular, this long-necked plant-eating dinosaur, they get this interesting shape. That gives the animal its name. There we go. So you get a point that projects forward and one that projects backward. It's kind of a double beam. That's where Diplodocus gets its name. The name means double beam. There you go. Diplodocus chevrons. Right here. Oh, this is Brian Curtis's Instagram. Nice. Yeah, double beam chevron. So anyhow, important. Triceratops doesn't have that double beam shape, but I still thought that was important to bring up here. Yeah. And like a leaf spring, it may have been so the animal could not drag its tail on the ground, but maybe be able to rest its tail on the ground if it's going up into a tripodal stance like that. So if these guys are doing this, if they're rearing up onto their hind legs, the double beams on the chevron there, and there's a brachiosaur doing this. Here's a Diplodocus. That may have helped to support the tail on the ground, keep it from crushing itself, essentially. That structure, that double beam, almost the skids there, so to speak.
In at number 8, we have the Tradoon. Tradoon, the Tradoon, Tradoon.
Wow. Kestrel cholesterol. I like your name. Thank you for the 10 months of support there. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Silent viewer, mostly lurking in the VODs. A VOD viewer. I appreciate the support, Kestrel cholesterol. Thank you, thank you. Same goes for anybody who primarily watches the VODs or on YouTube. If that's you, I appreciate it. Thank you. I know the chatters get a lot of attention, but I appreciate you too. Love the streams and love what you do. I appreciate that, Kestrel. Thank you, thank you. And Crimson says, isn't there a Barosaurus display rearing up in a museum? Oh yeah. Yeah, at AM&H. AM&H. Barosaurus. This is in the main entryway to the American Museum of Natural History in New York City. You'll be greeted by this critter, Barosaurus. Pretty impressive, really. I think it goes up about 60 feet into the air. Something like that. By some counts, this is the tallest mounted dinosaur skeleton in the world, but it is a cast. In Berlin, in Germany, they have a Brachiosaurus skeleton that's... much of it is real fossil bone. I think it's a composite. I think there's multiple individuals. Anyway, this one's pretty darn tall, and if you ever get to see it in person, it is impressive. And Barosaurus is a close relative of Diplodocus. They're members of the same family. And I think Barosaurus might also have that kind of double beam structure to the caudal chevrons. Yeah. And Kennedy says, I remember being a grade school kid and walking in with my class, and that Barosaurus awed me. It is amazing. It is so cool. What if we can find a video about that real quick? From AM&H.
My name is Mark Norell, and I am curator and chairman of the Division of Paleontology here at the
passed
American
away a couple years ago.
of Natural History in New York.
Big loss.
It's been almost 20 years since these dinosaurs were installed in this hall. And what we have here is that we have a scene of a carnivorous Allosaurus in front of me attacking a 50-foot tall Barosaurus and its young. Now, this is quite a controversial scene. It was 20 years ago when Lowell Dingus, Gene Gaffney, and myself came up with this idea to have a real centerpiece of dinosaurs here in this room. And it's become, during that time, a New York icon. It's something that people actually, come to see and just gaze at these gigantic animals. These animals really represent the things from our collection. Is the Barosaurus itself, the tall animal, was cast from bones which that you can see on the 4th floor in the dinosaur halls up above us. The baby Barosaurus as well. These animals were collected by paleontologists from our museum back in the real glory days of North American dinosaur hunting. And this scene actually would have taken place in Western North America about 140 million years ago. So today, what we're going to do is we're going to open a new channel through this that will allow people for the first time to directly walk underneath these animals.
Very cool. This is
as
about
they're
15 years ago.
interacting on their way to the over 45 halls we have here at the museum, which nearly 5 million visitors attend each year.
Shoot.
So with that, I think we'll make the first cut.
So this, with it done, you can walk in between them and get even closer. More potential for awe and inspiration. I love that they're doing this during opening hours, too.
The global and serious game of paleontology.
Thank you, Mango Monkeys Twitch, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Appreciate you clicking that follow button. So, yeah. They didn't want to close down the hall and, like, keep people from seeing these animals, so it's neat that they're like, yeah, we'll just do this while we're open. It's pretty cool. Oh, the dinosaur puns. Anyway, let's continue working on our baby trike here, putting that tail together. There we are. So I think our smallest caudal chevron is put on now, and this is so small that the printer could barely even print it. It is just tiny, tiny, tiny. Like the diameter of the... It's just... it's minuscule. So I'm gonna be pretty careful about this so I don't break it. There we go. Good enough. Fit onto here, like so. Oh, I'm gonna remove some of the other supports in order to get that actually fit. There we go. Excellent. All right. Nope, wrong way. There we go, like this. Tricky because it's so small. They'll get easier as they get bigger. As we get toward the proximal end of the tail, near the hips. So right now, this is going to be pretty squirrely because these are so small. Quite. A little bit more cleanup necessary. I almost need my optivisor for this, like magnifying device. It's so small and fiddly. This is not the easiest thing to do while streaming, by the way, because I'm trying to keep my face where the microphone is near enough that we're getting good audio, and I'm trying to look at this and keep it in view of the camera and all of that. that's good enough. In the interest of time, we're gonna just use super glue for this. We don't need the Gorilla Glue. It's the super quick drying stuff. Just a dab right there.
Glue is cheap.
There we go. There we go, HD, yeah. Nice. And then right here like this. Put a glue in here. And I'll go through this stuff later and clean it up nice and pretty. But for right now, we would just want to get these together. Okay, nice. So that's there. Those are the loose ones. Let's go to the other end and do the biggest vertebrae. And we can add those onto the tail as we go. I figured that'll work better. It's less likely to fall off if we can add it piece by piece than trying to attach the whole thing at once. It'll be far less weight on the back end if we can do it like this. Clearing away these supports. So again, we're going to add these vertebrae onto the skeleton itself that's standing behind me right there. You see it? Do this piece by piece. There we are. Excellent. So let's see. This is piece number... Can we see the number there? Upside down? I can't tell what that's supposed to be. Yeah. And Case Kuchin says, how long did this whole printing take? This took a couple 100 hours at least. Yeah, I want to say this one took about 500 hours, something like that. So not as long as some of the other projects that I've done, certainly. But, took long enough. Alright, we've got this piece. That's number 10. Okay, cool. There are instructions for this, but I don't know if I want to pull those up. We'll just see if this fits. And we'll go from there. So with these, the cartilage intervertebral disc and the caudal chevron are part of the same piece. Just to simplify things. So it's this right here. So in between each of our vertebrae is a squishy bit of cartilage that kind of keeps bone from rubbing against bone. This is also true for dinosaurs, like our Triceratops. And, yeah, so they've kind of worked this into how this is constructed. So the caudal chevron is oriented downward. Does it go like this, or does it go more like this? I think it might go more like that. And if that's the case, we might be missing a caudal chevron. Here, let's... these pieces. This is number 11 right here. Let's see if this one fits on. They all fit on in the same way or not. It's an important thing to know. Here we go. So this does fit onto the back. And this fits onto the front. Yeah, that'll work. We'll do it like that, I guess. Right? Unless this one fits onto here better. Oh, it kind of does? Shoot. So what I'm worried about is we may need to print another piece that goes right here in order to actually be able to finish this. Because I don't think it should be that wiggly like that, you know? But... well, I don't know. We're already here. I can't exactly start that print right now because we still have several hours left, I think, on our leatherback turtle bobblehead that we're printing at the moment. I don't want to stop that and waste all that progress. Yeah. Do you want to be in Makers and Crafting for now? Yeah, if you want to switch us there, Claire, if you wouldn't mind. It might be nice. Here, what I'm going to do is pull up the instructions. HD says you said bobblehead? Yeah. Yeah, I'm using an existing 3D model of a leatherback turtle. I was able to modify it and make a printable leatherback turtle bobblehead. As I get involved, I should say get more involved with leatherback turtle conservation and research throughout this year, I'm going to be meeting a lot of people who work on these animals. And I wanted to have something nice that I can give to them as a little token of our gratitude for getting involved with these streams and everything. So, oh, watch out, sweetie pie. Nope, off the desk, off the desk, off the desk. I don't want you on here right now. It's too busy. Too many things going. There we go. Thank you. Sorry, sweetie. Yeah. This is what I've got. I'm going to devise a clever way to be able to paint a bunch of these at once. But, check that out. Yeah, so in typical goofy leatherhead, not leatherback fashion, bobblehead fashion. This leatherback has got a big old head. Bobbles like that. Yeah. Yeah.
Here's something stranger than science fiction. Prehistoric fact.
And Wendigo, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Good stuff. Anyway, this is going to be fun. I might end up painting these on stream too. We'll see. But also they need smoothing compound and other stuff like that too, but yeah. A lot of fun. I posted this to Blue Sky.
With monsters. We came here to find fossils.
And Debil Emil, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. People coming in from the Makers and Crafting category, perhaps? Let's find that where I posted the bobblehead on here. But I figured this would be a fun way to, well, just say thank you to some of the leatherback people that we're going to be working with over the next few months. There it is. Yeah. Yeah. This was an earlier prototype before I added a bit more neck to it that I think makes it look better. Could let everyone paint their own, but I'm going to be giving some of these to, you know, to scientists who honestly probably have better things to do. So yeah, this was fun too. I'm still proud of this. I don't feel like this got enough attention. I made this, chat. I fixed the Time Person of the Year cover. The hero we need. That's Godzilla right there, by the way, if you couldn't tell. But yeah. We might end up selling a few of these, maybe even on eBay, as like a fundraiser for leatherback turtle conservation. But we'll see. I gotta figure out if that's really the best approach at this point. But anyway, right now we gotta finish working on our Triceratops. This is right. I was gonna look for the instructions here. No? That didn't help. There we go. Here's our instructions. So we want the caudal vertebrae. Vertebrae. Page 49. So what I'm doing here is I'm going to check what the numbers are on each of these and whether the for part 10. Okay, good. I think that means if what we have here is part 10, right here, and this is also part 10, then, yeah, then this would be correct. Which means, oh shoot. That means we need part 9 for in front. We're still missing a piece. That means we're missing the critical piece to connect all of these caudal vertebrae. Drat. You know, we won't be able to finish it today. We're missing one critical piece. Oh, well. We'll do this later, I guess. You know? I could try and assemble the whole tail for the next hour and then be done with the stream, but I think we're not going to have the satisfaction of being able to actually finish it, though. You know? Or maybe I'll do it off stream. We'll see. But for right now, let me just take all these pieces and set this aside for now. And Cloudy Sprite, yeah, I can show you where this is available. It's available for purchase. It's not a free download, because it was put together by a digital artist named Justin Van Luke. Triceratops skeleton 3D print. There we go, on Colts 3D. Here we go. I'll just give you the link to his page where there's a bunch of different models. Some of them are free to download, and some of them require purchasing. But he does really cool stuff, including a life-size Velociraptor skeleton. He's got the Protoceratops skull that I've printed, the juvenile Diplodocus skull, the Stegosaurus skull, the full-size adult Allosaurus skull. Really cool stuff. Yeah. So yeah, it's absolutely well worth the purchase. And this artist is actually working with the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota, to help produce some exhibits, like the Leptoceratops that I was showing earlier on stream. Very cool stuff. Anyhow. And yeah, I printed these Musifate. Just about all of the things that you see here in my office, I printed myself. I have a few fossil casts here and there. A very small number of actual fossils. And then everything else is 3D printed. I print these myself. Again, here's another one of these leatherback turtle bobblehead that I'm printing right now. I'd like to have about 15 of these for the next year for gifting to different leatherback people that we'll meet over the course of 2026. Yeah. Good stuff. Let's set this aside and talk about some fossil news here. Facts on bird intelligence and tool use. I saw that earlier, Murph. I was thinking of looking at that on stream, but got a very cheeky kind of tone in a lot of those videos. Sometimes there's cuss words, and I'm not offended by that or anything, but we work very hard to maintain an all ages kind of vibe here on Paleontologizing, you know. So without pre-watching that, I probably can't show that on screen. But yeah. Oh, and Sketchy Track says, can you show some of our makers and crafting viewers some of your completed works? Sure, yeah. I mean, here's some of them. Here's a leatherback turtle model that I printed. This is actually the same file that I modified to make the leatherback bobblehead. But yeah, I think that's pretty nifty. Right here. So again, this is all 3D printed. And painted too. And there's some smoothing and stuff in order to get rid of those layer lines that you get on 3D prints. I'll show you one that's not finished, so you can get a sense for what it looks like more or less straight off the printer. Looks more like this. Here we go. So you can see some of those layer lines there. Even with a 0.25 millimeter nozzle, really fine detail nozzle, you still get some of those layer lines. And then here's where all the supports were on the underside. So I've done my best to file those down, but they're still going to need some smoothing compound in order to help, well, smooth them out. So I do a ton of 3D printing here. And the largest project I've ever done, well, I got to stream from a local museum when I got this thing finished. And I'll show you there on the YouTube page. Let's see, this would have been after TwitchCon, right? To the museum in Fremont. Was it before TwitchCon? No, it was definitely after. There's TwitchCon there. Visiting the Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont. It was really cool. And where is that VOD? Oh no, it was... Was it right before TwitchCon? But here's some prints that I've done in the past, and they are now on display at the Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont. Here we go. That's this little museum right here.
Both hands on here.
This one goes up here.
Do you see the hoo-hoos? Yes.
The Children's Natural History Museum in Fremont is a place to see.
It's a squid. Yeah, that's totally a squid.
And touch.
Pick one of these up.
Local history.
It's a vertebrae. It's a cervical vertebrae.
We can see the things, the animals that lived here a million years ago, 100,000 years ago.
And this one goes up
Pleistocene
here.
critters.
There you go.
Anyway, so they didn't really have very many dinosaur exhibits. This video was produced a few years ago, but it's a really neat little neighborhood science center in Fremont, California, in the South Bay. Of course, I happen to be a resident of the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. Fremont is south of where I live, like the South Bay. It's kind of the gateway to the South Bay. And yeah, when I got involved with that museum, they didn't really have a lot of dinosaur exhibits, and so they asked me to help provide some stuff. Be returned. Back. Okay, good. Sorry. Again, I'm pretty sure part of this building acts kind of like a Faraday cage, so we're just losing the Wi-Fi signal. And Charlie Hebai, how are you doing? Hello to you too. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Right, and so these ones that I delivered have been used in various classes for educational programs, and I'm really proud of that. That I was able to contribute something to paleontology education here in the Bay Area. That's makes me really happy. So yeah, long-time viewers, you remember this big Edmontosaurus that we were working on. I need to print another one of those. This is from... have it here in the office. I think about a year ago we printed this. I delivered this bad boy in... that must have been January this year. Along with our baby Triceratops skull. Whoops. Breaking things. Here. I can... a piece of wood supporting the frill that fell down. Put that wedge back. How the paint turned out on this, especially like in those fenestrae and the orbits and the nares, that like sandstone spray paint that I got. I love that stuff. It's so good. Really well. I like it a lot. History Museum. These. Anyway, so here's some makers and crafting for you. Are you museum scientist?
I am the collections manager here.
Collections manager. Excellent. Yeah, there's Althea there. I'll give you a link to this VOD if you'd like to see it. But let's go back to the beginning, and I'll show you the most impressive thing, the biggest 3D printing project I've ever done. By the way, where are my manners? I didn't even introduce myself. First time, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a paleontologist. I dig up fossils. I study them. I publish on them in the scientific literature. And I love working with little museums like this, too. So I'm just thrilled to show this off today. And where else in the world can you get a Hayward Fault t-shirt? Yeah. The Hayward Fault. It runs parallel to the San Andreas Fault here, through the Bay Area. There's the Bay Area. There's a basic map of the Bay Area here. Here's San Francisco Bay. Is right there. Excuse me, Fremont and Hayward are right here where that star is. So the Hayward Fault runs right by this place, and it's kind of part of the purview of this museum. This is about all different aspects of science, with an emphasis on geology and paleontology. Dr. That would make it a bit more expensive, I think. We're going to meet in a little bit. She is herself trained as a paleontologist. She worked on radiolaria back in the day. So, yeah. Let's go see the T-Rex, though. Rex skull that I brought, first and foremost. It's life-size adult Tyrannosaurus skull, 3D printed, finished and mounted. Here it is. It was quite the puzzle trying to figure out how to fit this into a 2008 Toyota Prius. Well, we got it here, and here it is. It was quite the challenge, actually. Let me show you a picture. Go back to late October 2025. I guess this was, yeah, right before TwitchCon. There it is in my garage, a couple days before delivery. Andrew Memrick says, you need a trailer? No, I didn't need a trailer. The skull I was able to fit into the Prius itself, and then it was the mounting hardware, the stand for it, that I couldn't fit in there, so I had to strap that to the roof. This is not the great photo. It kind of looks like it's an old sailing ship. There's the masts there with the sails taken down. But, yeah, some ratchet straps around that. Yeah, it's fine. I got it there. I guess I don't have a picture here of the skull in my car, so I gotta go back to January, I think. Yeah. I wanted to make sure it would actually fit into the car. And it did. Did a little test fitting. I assembled much of the skull live on stream. Here it is in my office after I finished stream that day. I stayed up until like 1 a.m. putting this thing together after I ended stream. Pretty darn big. Pretty darn big. And HD and HB says hatchbacks are bigger on the inside. I mean, they, especially like a Prius. It's kind of astonishing because I have friends and relatives who drive cars that are way bigger than my car, and yet they're smaller on the inside than my car is. Mine is big enough to fit an adult-size, life-size Tyrannosaurus skull in the back of a 2008 Prius. You know? Pretty darn cool, if you ask me. Yeah. Yeah. Sketchy Track says that takes a lot of patience to print and assemble. I didn't record exactly how long it took to print, but I think it was about 3,000 or 4,000 hours to print and then to assemble. So it was a lot of time. It's a lot of time. The nice thing about 3D printing is you don't have to be there staring at the machine the whole time. It pays to check in on it every once in a while. But I had it going almost 24/7 for like a few months. Which is nice. Yeah. HD says you need to send that to Toyota. I mean, I could, yeah. That would be kind of cool, actually. It's very few companies that I would expect to... not expect, that I would... Very few companies that I would accept a sponsorship gig with. Toyota's one of them. I've owned 3 different Toyotas in my life, and they've all been wonderful. I don't care about brand loyalty for things. Not that kind of person, but I like Toyotas, you know? It's the best value you can get in the car. Do they even still make Prius? Oh yeah, they do, Rushman. Holy cow. But they don't look... That's the thing, is it doesn't look like a Prius anymore. Like... Here. My generation of Prius looks like this, and it really was like a marvel of engineering. People, that's kind of one of the things I love so much about this car, is that car people hate the Prius. Because it's the greatest vehicle ever made. And they hate that. It's a vehicle that's reliable. It's not super overtly exciting or anything, but it's literally the most reliable vehicle on the road by most metrics. It's extraordinarily fuel efficient, it's really spacious on the inside, it's comfortable, it's easy to drive, it's too practical. That's the thing, is that a lot of people despise that. But They don't look like this anymore. Yeah, nowadays it looks really slick. Here's a 2025 Prius. You know? Shoot. So like you one of these could drive right past you on the road and you would not know it was a Prius, you know? Yeah. There was a video about this that I enjoyed. I wonder if I could find this. I thought it was nifty. History. I don't know where it was, but it was like a... Is it here? Yes. Video was called Why This Toyota Prius Changed the World.
This is a 2006 Toyota Prius.
I've got an
and
08.
it changed the world. This wasn't the first hybrid car or even the first Prius, but this was the car that popularized the hybrid car. Toyota sold more than 1 million of these globally, and it put the hybrid powertrain on the minds of consumers around the world. This is a very important car, and today I'm going to review this Prius and show you all of its quirks and features.
Yeah, interesting stuff. Here's a link. We're not going to watch it. But yeah, I don't know. I love the practicality there, you know? It's not a vehicle that's putting on a show. It's not putting on airs. It's not pretending to be anything that it isn't. It's just doing a really good job of everything that it tries to do. And it's literally like the most reliable vehicle on the road. Yeah. Before we get back to the, to fossil science here, I really like this article too, from Road and Track. It's an automotive publication. The Toyota Prius is the best apocalypse vehicle. Range, capability, and durability make a car we don't typically think about into the perfect solution. Love this. Anyway. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Yeah, and Pigeon Bing, there's a sauropod femur that I have here. I think we had a new viewer in the chat. I hope they're still here while we were talking about all this stuff. Who had a sauropod question? They said they had a question about their favorite sauropod. I'd be eager to answer it for you if you're still here. Yeah, from Charlie Hebai. Does Bahatosaurus still have their spikes like the early illustrations? I think so. There was one of them. It was either Bahatosaurus or Agastinia, where they've been rethought recently. Let's look that up. So here. Bahatosaurus is kind of like a reverse Amargasaurus. It's got these big, tall spines coming off the top of its cervical vertebrae, its neck vertebrae. Yeah, and then there was another one called Agastinia. Yeah, here we go. that was interpreted as having something similar going on with its vertebrae, but I'm pretty sure this critter has been rethought. I was surprised to learn this a little while ago. It was known for its distinctive supposed armor plates called osteoderms, initially interpreted as a series of wide, vertical spikes and plates down the center of its back. Right here. Somewhat like the unrelated Stegosaurus, kind of. However, subsequent research has challenged the interpretation of those elements as osteoderms. Further study of the poorly preserved fossil material showed that these plates were in fact more likely to be fragments of ribs and hip bones. The reassessment was reaffirmed subsequently by histology of the purported osteoderms, so they actually cut them open and looked at the interior structure, which did not match the internal structure of other titanosaurian osteoderms. Then fragmentary hip bone was tentatively identified as part of the ilium. Okay, interesting. So Augustinia, this one is no longer thought to have those crazy accoutrements, but Bahatosaurus, on the other hand. Yeah, oh, there you go, shoot. Forward projecting processes on the cervical vertebrae. It sported bifurcated, two-pronged, extremely elongated neural spines extending from the neck. So Amargasaurus has got these too. We've got evidence that they formed kind of a fleshy hump or sail or whatever you want to call it running down the neck. Bahatosaurus is probably the same thing, except they go in the opposite direction for Bahatosaurus. Yeah. Pretty cool. Sauropods in general are just really interesting animals, and they do super cool and weird things with their necks. Even ones that we think that we know well. Oh, I love this figure from SV Pow right here, showing like what makes sauropods special. That neck had the potential to act as a social billboard. It's this big prominent thing on your body. If you want to brightly color that, or if you want to add soft tissue stuff to get the attention of other members of your species, if you're gonna, you might evolve super elongate neural spines like an Amargasaurus or Bahatosaurus. They're just so weird and cool. Yeah. But that's not what I was looking for. Here we go. Looking for here. Yeah, here we go. I just saw this the other day, which I thought was really neat. Brant Bassum's dorsal view of his mounted Philplot model Apatosaurus skeleton. I've been meaning to post about this for a while now and haven't gotten to it, so now's a good time. Just look at how fat that neck is and how it blends in with the body. So this is a dorsal view looking at the top of Apatosaurus, which may or may not be the same animal as Brontosaurus. It's debated. But look at how wide the neck is on Apatosaurus. This is a really well-known dinosaur. Everybody knows Apatosaurus. And yet you rarely see it reconstructed properly like this, with the neck being that thick. Again, this is just the bones. This is not with any overlying flesh or other soft tissue, no skin, none of that. That's just the raw skeleton there. Look how wide it is. It just kind of very slowly grades into the body. And Andrew Memorex says, is that whole thing the spine? Well, I mean, here's the skull right here at the end. This is the neck, the cervical vertebrae, and then you get the trunk here, the body, with the ribs attached. These are the dorsal vertebrae, the vertebrae in the back. Then you get the sacrum, the hip vertebrae in here, sacral vertebrae. And then you get the tail. That runs all the way to the end. So the tail is so much thinner than the neck is on this guy. It's kind of striking, you know? A lot of people don't realize just how much thinner the tail is at the base than the neck. Yeah. Don't skip neck day. There you go, Moosey Fade. Yeah. And Ice Ellen says their heads are tiny, and it's a good reason for that. You know? These critters had such tiny heads because they have it at the end of a long neck. You can't have a huge, heavy head at the end of a long neck, or you'd be dragging that thing on the ground. You need a small, lightly built, lightweight head at the end of such a long, graceful neck. And it has to be not just small in terms of weight, but also it can't be particularly resource hungry. By which I mean, if you had a huge head with a huge brain and huge eyes and stuff, you'd need a lot of blood flow going to that. It'd be too expensive. Pumping all that blood from your heart through a super long neck to get to a big head with huge eyes and huge brain and everything, it's just not going to work. These guys had really small heads and smallish eyes. I guess it's still fairly large in mammal terms. Mammals tend to have small eyes. And a small brain, because that's efficient. When you've got a long neck, you gotta keep everything at the end of that neck small. It's just how it works. So yeah. And Andrew Memrick says, was this the dinosaur with the brain the size of an acorn versus their body size? I mean, no big dinosaurs had brains the size of an acorn. They're all bigger than that. Like a T-Rex brain is like almost as big as my brain. It's like this long. I've got a 3D printed one around here somewhere, but I'd have to go hunting around for it. But, let's see if I can find a picture of someone holding a T-Rex brain cast. Oh, there we go. That's almost life-size. It's a little smaller than life-size. There's Larry Whitmer with a T-Rex brain. That's not quite life-size. It's a little smaller. I mean, it's about this long. I've got a 3D printed one. Anyway. Andrew Memrex, you might be thinking of Stegosaurus, but even Stegosaurus has got a brain larger than an acorn. It's, here we go. For an animal whose skull might be about that long for a big Stegosaurus, like, they have a small head compared to their body size, certainly. But it always kind of irks me when people say, oh, they had a brain the size of a chickpea, or a brain the size of a micron, or something. No. Like, sure, they don't have the biggest brain, but it's not super tiny or anything, you know? And there are lots of modern-day animals that have a similar kind of setup. I mean, leatherback turtles are like this. They don't have a particularly large brain. And yet, they can exhibit complex behaviors. They can... You know, when I was interviewing Scott Benson about his work with leatherback turtles, his whole crew has been outsmarted by leatherback turtles before. What features? Scott there talking about these critters. Yeah. When they're doing this,
they lie very close to the water, not very much is exposed. We're most able to be and after the net is put.
So yeah, when they're going after these turtles, sometimes the turtle knows what's up. It'll like do all kinds of crazy things to evade them. It'll dive. It'll like, you know, swim really quickly when they're approaching it. Like they're Scott could tell you stories about this, about how hard it is to capture these animals if they don't want to be caught. And a leatherback turtle has got not a particularly large brain, you know? Let me go grab my leatherback skull cast, and I'll show you the same one that we have here.
Sure. Yeah. So, I mean,
let me turn down the volume here.
This hook is nice for piercing a jelly to
right.
keep it, you know, maintain it, you know, not let it get away.
Yeah.
But underneath here, you know, in the throat, it's actually like a Gular sac.
Right, yeah.
So, I mean, I've had some animals we were necropsy that were dead stranded on the beach. And I was able to pull this thing one time, and I could hear the when I did
the
this.
Suction?
It's suction.
Right. Okay.
So it's actually, and I can see this on video too occasionally, where it's all of a sudden it just scooped in.
So they're doing suction feeding, almost like a beaked whale or something.
Kind of like that, but only on these small jellies.
Interesting.
On the bigger jellies, once they get to be like this,
you have to take bites out of them?
They got to take bites out of them. And what they do is they will hold the bell, but they don't eat the bell. The bell's like the wrapper.
Yeah. There we go.
They are eating all the stuff underneath the bell, which is...
Sorry, that took a minute. Moon Pie was trapped outside in the catio. I had to go let her in. Here's that leatherback skull. So, mouth. Let's put the lower jaw aside for now. Let's take a look at right here. There is the brain case on the inside of here, and there's not very much room for a brain. This is not, you know, these animals do not have a huge brain. It's gonna be about the size of my thumb, maybe. And this is on an animal that can weigh as much as a Sumatran rhino. Like, this is not a small creature. Like I was showing you earlier, it's a big critter, you know? And that skull might be a little bit bigger than this one. This is a truly huge individual here. And also the angle that this was taken from makes it look even bigger, honestly. But yeah, that critter is going to have a brain about the size of my thumb. And even with that, this is a creature that can migrate thousands of miles back from its feeding grounds to the beach where it was born, without Google Maps, without being able to use the stars for navigation, as far as we know. We're not totally sure how they're able to do that. It's probably some mixture of geomagnetic navigation, so like being able to sense the Earth's magnetic field and orient itself that way. Probably has something to do with sound and sight and smell also. But traversing the world's oceans and not getting lost, as far as we can tell. The brain not much bigger than that. Pretty cool, you know? Yeah, the catio, you really are a renter? I am, Murph, yeah. The cats have like an enclosed space. So they can go outside, get fresh air, but it's not actually outside. It's an enclosed space anyway. Yeah. Anyhow. Those are paid tiny humans, says Charlie the Hebe. I mean, these ones aren't paid. Here. These people are not paid. But I can show you some humans who are paid. At least I think most of these people are getting paid. They're professionals here. And that is a not even particularly big leatherback right there. Yeah. I think this is Bumpy, who is a male leatherback. I don't think he was spectacularly large. He's not small, but he's not the hugest leatherback either. So yeah. And his Mustang is, yeah, you're correct. A lot of animals do that. It's, I mean, look at bees, for crying out loud. Not only can they navigate back to the same plants in order to collect nectar and pollen, but they can also communicate that information by dancing to other members of their hive. And our understanding of how that works is quite incomplete, as I understand it. So yeah, pretty cool to think about. Yeah. Stormy says, where's the debate now that sauropods use their tails as whips? When you talk to most sauropod people, they'll say sauropods were probably doing that. So like, this little infographic-y thing from SVPOW, Sauropod Picture Vertebra of the Week. Sauropod Vertebra Picture of the Week. Yeah, tail as a weapon. Maybe a prop for rearing as well. It's also an important muscle attachment site. Yeah, the tail's a multi-purpose thing in sauropods. But there's debate as to whether or not it would have actually broken the sound barrier when it was used as a weapon. But there's a general consensus that yes, it probably was used as a weapon. In fact, we even have pathologies in the tail of a sauropod that suggest that it probably was being used as a weapon. But yeah. And we had a question about giraffes and sauropods. So giraffe skulls are very different from sauropod skulls. Mammals tend to have much more tightly knit skulls. They fuse their skull bones together early in ontogeny. And so I don't think giraffes have the same issue with preservation of their skull bones that sauropods do in the fossil record. Giraffe skulls are built much more solidly, and I would argue much less efficiently than sauropods. But, yeah. Let's see here. Where's that video? Anyway, there have been physical experiments undertaken to try and replicate a sauropod using its tail as a whip. YouTube search is so busted. It's so frustrating. I don't want to see all these stupid shorts. I mean, just videos, please. Let's do a Google image search, maybe. We'll find it here on Life Science. Dinosaur's tail loops could have cracked the sound barrier. Do we have a video? Here we go. So using a physical model that was built specifically for this purpose, they tried to test this hypothesis, and oh boy. It's the video, though. I don't know if I'm able to find the video. That's a little annoying. But yeah. bot link? I don't know what you mean, Pippi. What? Oh, interesting. Is this the one I was looking for? Now it's refusing to load. Come on now. You can do it, YouTube. You can do it. Here we go. I think this might be it. Did I have a command for this, really? So when a bullwhip makes that cracking noise, you know, like Indiana Jones, whoosh, that's literally a sonic boom. So the very end of the whip, called the popper, I think, that is moving faster than the speed of sound. It's cracking as it breaks the sound barrier. There we go. Yeah. Oh, there we go. So, it's been speculated that maybe critters like Diplodocus were doing the same thing. And so here they actually built a physical model using aluminum and stainless steel for structure, and neoprene and Teflon to simulate the soft tissue stuff. But here we go. And so in this test, using this model, they were able to get it to break the sound barrier. The question is, did the animal actually do this in life? And was its tail really built for that? Like, sure, you can do that with a model like this, but were the super distal caudal vertebrae actually that flexible? You know? And could they withstand this kind of... this kind of stress and that kind of speed and everything else, you know? Yeah. Really cool how this works. But did the actual dinosaur really do this, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. And Luis De Leon says, how many geomagnetic pole changes have the turtles existed through? Oh, a ton, Luis De Leon. Like 50 or something. Yeah. Anyway, here's a link to this if you want to take a look. So, what pathologies are we talking about that show sauropod tails being used as weapons? I want to say there was something at SVP this year. Let me see if I can find that real quick, actually. Let's open my hard drive right here. SVP 2025. There we go. A fracture in the whip of a Barosaurus tail provides possible evidence for combat use in flagellocaudatan sauropods. So that's the clade of sauropods that includes the Diplodocids and some of the other guys with these really distally thin whip-like tails. Oh, and Carrie Woodruff is one of the authors here. Cool. He reported pathology, so an injury, in the final rod-like caudal vertebra of a remarkably complete specimen of Barosaurus. Barosaurus is the sauropod that we were looking at earlier in stream. The one that's rearing up on its hind legs in the entrance at AM&H. That's what we're talking about here. This animal. So, close relative of Diplodocus. Although the number of fractured whip-like vertebrae appears to be low in the fossil record, preservation bias affecting the final caudal vertebrae of flagellocaudatan sauropods may lead to an underrepresentation of these pathological vertebrae. So this hasn't been published yet. I'm excited for it to get out there into the literature, and I'm sure we'll talk about it once it does. But that was presented at SVP this year, which Can put an eye out with that thing, if not knock a predator out, says Luis de Leon. Yeah, and that's been portrayed in speculative documentaries before. Like here. Come on, YouTube. There we go. There's Scott Hartman there from Wisconsin. Oof. Yowza. There's David Krentz there. Oh, man. Yep. Oh, my God. Obliterated, like vaporized it practically. Look at this. Nuts. Yeah. Pretty wild. Yep. Yeah. So, but did the animals actually do that in life? You know? The injuries that were reported on in this abstract suggest that maybe they did. Yeah. Possible evidence for combat use. It's cool to think about, you know? Yeah. And now add real mass to that swing speed? Yeah, Alexander, that would be nuts. So it's again, these are such incredible animals. They really are. Sauropods, they are pretty bonkers. Like, as Matt Wadle says, they really are God's perfect creatures. You can say that about a lot of different critters, but sauropods are superlative in so many ways. The biggest animals to have ever walked our planet. Not just the longest, but the tallest and the heaviest. They're an extraordinarily successful group of animals. They exist throughout nearly the entirety of the Mesozoic era. They lived on all 7 continents. Evolved into a wide variety of different shapes and sizes. They're pretty impressive as a group. Sauropods are really, really neat. Just incredible creatures. They really are. And there's so much about them that it kind of boggles the mind. How were they able to get this big and heavy and consume enough calories to survive? How did they grow from being just this big when they're first born? I was telling Lordy about this, yesterday or the day after? Day before? I'd love to be able to 3D print a baby, like, hatchling sauropod. Hatchling titanosaur or brachiosaur or something. And then just have it here, and I could talk about, hey, this animal the size of, I don't know, when it hatches out of its egg, which is going to be no bigger than no bigger than this. This is essentially the biggest that you can make an egg on our planet before it fails. Like, you can't make eggs bigger than this. It just doesn't work. And most of the sauropods seem to lay eggs maybe about half this size or even smaller. So you're going from less than this big to, for the biggest of the sauropods, like an animal the size of a jetliner. How do you do that? It's astonishing, you know? Yeah. Alexander Morrison says, a cantaloupe-sized chick to essentially a walking, living apartment building. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Bonkers. And this is not some blip or some short-lived thing, either. You had sauropods around this size for over 100 million years. Think about that, you know? For like 100 million years, you had animals like this walking around. Anyway, I really would love to sculpt and 3D print like a little baby sauropod smaller than this. So I could just hold that in my palm and go, look, go from this size to this size in a couple decades. Maybe 3 or 4 decades if we're being generous. Incredible, you know? Astonishing. And Stormy says, what's the earliest sauropod? So not pro-sauropod, but 100% guaranteed pure sauropod. That's a tricky one, Stormy. So far, the earliest dinosaurs that we have, some of them were sauropodomorphs. Things like little Eoraptor. This seems to be on the direct line, or on the line to sauropods. It seems to be on the sauropod side of the dinosaur family tree, way back in the Triassic, in like the Carnian stage of the Triassic. But if we're talking about like neosauropods, here's the thing: is that we got to define our terms here. When we think sauropod, we usually think, well, you know, like this. Pillar-like limbs, long neck, long tail, huge body. You're not normally thinking of things like Eoraptor, or things like Ankylosaurus, even though this is also a sauropodomorph. This is what we used to call like a prosauropod, but nowadays we've recognized that prosauropod, like all the things we used to call prosauropods, aren't actually each other's closest relatives, so that term has really fallen out of favor. But yeah, if we're looking at a sauropodomorph phylogeny, you get these earlier guys at the bottom, things like Eoraptor, Saturnalia, Thecodontosaurus, Euphrasia. Then you get quadrupedal guys, you start getting into the prosauropods, the core prosauropods, they're in quotation marks, things like Plateosaurus, Massospondylus, etc. And then you get into your sauropoda. So these guys have to walk on all fours. They can't rear up to walk on their hind legs like Massospondylus or Plateosaurus likely did. Lesomsaurus might be one of the earliest of the true sauropods, like the greater Eusauropoda, I guess you could say, almost. Lesomsaurus is kind of grievously understudied, and it's cool and weird, but like nobody's, to my knowledge, people aren't working on it enough. Lesomsaurus is it from the earliest Jurassic or is it from the Triassic? Yeah, I think it's from the Triassic. Is this guy actually a true sauropod? Like, I think there's still some confusion about this guy. But anyway, Lesomsaurus might be the answer to your question there. What is the earliest sauropod? Oh, what a cool illustration. Always loved this artist's work. This is super cool. This might be underselling how pillar-like those forelimbs should be. But yeah, Starmie. So Lesomsaurus might be your best bet if we're talking about true sauropods. Yeah, sauropodiform dinosaur from the Upper Triassic. Mid-Norian. So it's from really early on in the age of dinosaurs, and it's not a small critter. You know, it's big. But what did it really look like? Lesomsauridae. This is kind of a... It gets squirrely when, like, you start having family names where it's like, yeah, Lesomsaurus is part of the Lesomsauridae. It's part of the Lesomsaurid family. Oh boy. It's so weird and different that we have to give it its own family. Anyway, we really need more people working on this critter. And it'd be great to have some better fossils of it. I don't think it's particularly well preserved, the stuff that we've got. And that skull is almost entirely speculative, I'm presuming. Yeah. Really need Lesomsaurus. You get other things like, when we're talking about the earliest, like, true sauropods, Volcanodon often comes up too. What a cool name, Volcanodon. Yeah, not the biggest, and not the best known. There's not that much material known from it. But that forelimb there is really the kicker. You got some good humeral bits. You've got a radius and ulna. You've got those carpals there, metacarpals there. Yeah. Discovered in 1969 in Zimbabwe, it was regarded as the earliest known sauropod for decades, and is still one of the most primitive genera that has been discovered. Yeah, it may have looked something like this. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if there's even bigger sauropods walking around at the time, though, because we certainly seem to have bigger theropods back in the Triassic. This guy's from the early Jurassic. Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. And totally be Alex, I agree. Yeah. Pretty awesome. Pretty awesome critter. Like, and just, when we're thinking about guys like this, when we're thinking about the sauropods, I feel like maybe even more than other groups of dinosaurs, it becomes almost like an engineering question. Like, how do you support that much body weight? How do you get enough calories into your body every day to be able to survive? Especially if you've got an elevated metabolism, if you're an endotherm, if you're producing your own body heat, you're maintaining your own body heat by burning calories. How are you controlling your head and your neck when they are that far from, like, the core of your body, you know? When you've got a neck this long, your brain is controlling your legs and your tail? How long does it take the signal to go all the way down there, you know? Was there a delayed response? And for you to walk up to an animal like this and pull on its tail, would there be like a delay of several seconds before, like, it feels that and then turns around to look at you? Did they have any kind of adaptation to help speed up that process? We don't know. I don't even know how you'd go about answering that question. Yeah. And Starmy says, so titanosaurids are something different entirely? So titanosaurs are a group of sauropods. So going back to our cladogram there, really helpful family tree that I think Tom Holtz put together here. Here we go. So these are the sauropodomorphs. These are the true sauropods plus their ancestors. This is everything on that side of the dinosaur family tree. So all your long-necked, plant-eating dinosaurs, these are all sauropodomorphs. Your true sauropods start right here. Lesomsaurus may or may not be a true sauropod. It's still kind of debated. But yeah, within the Neosauropoda, within this clade up here, that's where you get your titanosaurs too. So oh, excellent. Thomas has one of these for Neosauropods too. Excellent. Yeah. So your titanosaurs start here at this node. So you get your Colossosauria, your Saltosauroidea. I think there's maybe some other groups of Titanosaur too, some other clade names that I'm forgetting at the moment. But yeah. So Titanosaurs and Brachiosaurs seem to share a common ancestor. They're both Titanosauriformes. They're part of that same clade. Yeah, Camarasaurs are down here. And then you get your Diplodocus here. Diplodocus, Apatosaurus, aka Brontosaurus are up here. Creosaurs. So these are all Neosauropoda, the new sauropods. Yeah. Oh, and Mamenchisaurus. I don't know if Mamenchisaurus is a Neosauropod. I don't think it is. I think we got to go back to this phylogeny here. Yeah, Mamenchisauridae is over here, outside of the Neosauropoda. So Mamenchisaurus is pretty incredible animal. If you've ever seen yeah, here we go. If you've ever seen the Lost World Jurassic Park, the second Jurassic Park film, then you've seen Mamenchisaurus. Anyway. Come on. Mamenchisaurus is coming up in a second here. There we go. And that telltale long neck. Probably too thin, that neck. Yeah, Mamenchisaurus probably would have looked more like this. Love this illustration here. It does have an absurdly long neck. It's just bonkers, you know? Yeah. We need more neck, dinosaur. There you go, Starman. Yeah, yeah. Mamenchisaurus didn't skip neck there. Give me some more vertebrae. Let's elongate them, too. Yeah. What a cool critter.
Why did small bipedal carnivores like Eoraptor evolve into herbivores such as the ancient sauropod Lufengosaurus? That mystery has yet to be solved. And surely factors other than stable climate gave us giant sauropods.
Yep.
Evolving in the geological isolation of Jurassic China, Mamenchisaurus was exceptional in many ways. Dr. Russell.
The reason why they probably increased in girth was because they were eating very low quality vegetation and they needed the assistance
You no
of
longer think that.
bacteria to help them digest their food. But this was a slow process. So the animals' bodies, their stomachs grew to very massive size. Their weight grew so that they weighed as much as several elephants all rolled into one, and they simply could not support this gigantic body weight on hind limbs alone. So these were among the first dinosaurs to become truly quadrupedal.
Yeah.
So there we have it.
There you have it. No, it turns out that the plants that sauropods were eating were probably not as low quality as a lot of people say. We talked about this last week on Wednesday, right? Anyway, I just want to emphasize how cool and weird Mamenchisaurus is.
Attained giant size. Late Jurassic times brought the longest period of stable climate in Earth's history.
And I don't know if that's true either.
Prolonged stability nurtured many huge plant-eating sauropods. Brachiosaurus,
That
for
sounds a little
example,
too simple.
and
you know?
Apatosaurus. Long-necked sauropods have modern counterparts. Giraffes pluck leaves from tall trees without competition.
And yeah, but some sauropod experts would actually argue that giraffes have short necks. Yeah, here's why giraffes have short necks. Wait, how long is this video? Okay, it's longer than I thought. But I should listen to this when I'm working on my trike skeleton. Giraffes have short necks. This is from my birthday back in 2012. Cool. Yeah, interesting stuff. Anyway, here's a link to that too. Giraffes don't have very many vertebrae in their necks, and they're very inflexible, so they are short in a way that sauropod necks aren't. Which I think is interesting to think about.
But Mamenchisaurus, grazing on leaves 150 million years ago, was unlike any known sauropod. Its 13-meter neck made it very, very different.
Not 13 meters. Its neck is over 40 feet
Hints
long.
of the animal came in the 1950s.
Imagine if you had a neck more than 40 feet
the Canadian
long.
Museum of Nature's Dr. Dale Russell was associated with the discovery of a giant, nearly complete neck.
And yeah, Luis de Leon, hummingbirds have twice as many vertebrae in their necks as a giraffe. A giraffe just has 7 neck vertebrae. Seven. It's a giraffe head and neck that you can buy from bone clones. Very solid skull. But yeah, 7 neck vertebrae, the same that we have in our necks. It's kind of crazy that a humpback whale and a giraffe have the same number of neck bones, same number of vertebrae in their cervical series. So a hummingbird has got more neck vertebrae. Twice as many, in fact. How cool is that? You know? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I don't know if there's 13 or 14 here, but yeah. Yeah. And different hummingbird species might have different numbers of neck vertebrae as well. But pretty cool to think about, you know? Yeah.
I realized it was a very strange dinosaur because the neck was longer than the body and the tail combined. So it was difficult to believe that it all belonged in one skeleton, but it had been found in central China in the province of Sichuan, complete in our articulation. So we knew the specimen was complete. I had never seen a dinosaur that strange in my life, and I marveled that a creature that peculiar had ever been found.
Just bonkers. What a weird animal. So cool. And Starmy says, would there be a way to create content around really obscure dinosaurs? Absolutely, yeah. No, I've thought about doing that for a while. Like, back when I was still trying to do videos on YouTube, long before I discovered Twitch, I thought about doing like a series on dinosaurs that people should know about, but most people don't. You know, dinosaurs like Lesomsaurus and Falcarius and weird, possibly herbivorous ceratosaurs like Limusaurus and stuff like that. Potentially really important animals that like nobody in the general public knows about. So yeah. Anyhow.
Russell is a principal scientist in the Dinosaur Project.
And I don't know about that,
Chinese and Canadian
Claire,
venture,
how long it takes
which
a
has
blue
unearthed
whale to get
wonders
signals
in
through
both
this.
countries.
I'm not sure.
But
It's
the
a good question, Claire.
Mamenchisaurus is among the most magnificent, the strangest of all.
What a weird
There
critter.
are many different kinds of long-necked dinosaurs, and many scientists feel that the primary use of the neck in these animals was so that they could raise the head up high into the branches of trees and be able to browse in leaves. I
That's
think
certainly
that
true
there
for
are
some
some
of them.
dinosaurs that clearly could eat that way, but I disagree that that model would apply in this case. It is apparent from looking at the detailed structure of the neck that the most natural pose for the neck was nearly horizontally across the ground in front of the animal.
So Mamenchisaurus's massive body anchored a 13-meter neck, projecting more or less parallel to the ground.
I love these 90s computer graphics. Check this out. This is what I really wanted to show you. This is mind-blowing right here. So, along the necks of many dinosaurs, you have what we call cervical ribs, which are they're kind of a stiffening structure in the cervical series. So we see that in like on our T-Rex here, down the road from me in Berkeley. You get these rod-like structures that come off of the neck vertebrae. They're called cervical ribs, and as I understand it, they're not actually true ribs. They're actually a kind of soft tissue that would turn to bone over the course of the animal's lifetime. So, unlike ribs, which have a different developmental process, they're like true bones. These are almost like ligaments or tendons that ossify throughout ontogeny. So over the course of the animal's lifetime, as it's getting older and maturing, those soft tissue bits actually turn to bone. I'm pretty sure that's how cervical ribs work. Check them out on Mamenchisaurus. They are nuts.
Vertebrae show how Mamenchisaurus differed from other long-necked dinosaurs. Long, bony neck ribs projected back from each vertebra, overlapping to support the neck as a whole. Whatever conditions directed this animal's evolution, the result was...
And so you see this one kind of sticking out weird like this. This is not... They didn't actually do that in life. This is just mounted incorrectly. Or the bone itself was... I don't know if these are real fossil bones or if these are casts here, but it wouldn't be doing that. They'd all be sleek, pushed up against silhouette of the neck. They're not sticking out at weird angles like this.
An extraordinary neck, reinforced from head to shoulders by overlapping, muscle-wrapped neck ribs.
Yep.
Jurassic reinforcing rod. The Chinese Institute of Vertebrate Paleontology in Beijing houses an extraordinary find.
Look at that! Like, what? What?
What?
That's a cervical rib. Right here. That's how long it is. Insane. Look at that.
A single neck rib, excavated from the Gobi Desert in 1987, measures over 4 meters, longer than a standard car.
That's like 13 feet long. One cervical rib. Crazy, you know? Miss Blue Sky says, how do you even excavate that intact? Well, they didn't make it in one jacket. They clearly took it out in pieces and reassembled it. But, you know, I've done this with ribs, like on a Triceratops excavation. We just had to break them apart and carefully number them so we could put them back together exactly in the lab. That's what they would have had to have done here.
A single neck rib, excavated from the Gobi Desert in 1987, measures over 4 meters, longer than a standard car.
Yeah. Bonkers.
Imagine the neck, an estimated 13 meters long.
Yeah, the lab coats are a little goofy, Starman. You're right.
Stiffening made the neck less flexible. Mamenchisaurus could move it up or to the side, though just 30 degrees. It could never lift it vertically into trees. Nature's elaborate structure restricted her creature's movement. Dale Russell asks,
Why was the neck so long? What did the animal use it for? And one way, which is very obvious, is it was a labor-saving device. Without moving its enormous elephantine body, it could swing a very light neck over a broad arc and eat food from a very broad range of grazing material.
Yep, so what we call like sweep feeding. It would have a huge feeding envelope, like we talked about last Wednesday. It would be pretty impressive. I love this old figure. This is great. Pretty big area, not just laterally, but maybe up and down too, over which this animal could feed. It's neat to think about, and I suspect they would have been able to, you know, it's not like they had to hold their necks out horizontally. You could go up to a certain degree. But they're probably not doing the swan neck pose thing like you see in some older depictions of sauropods. Yeah. What a cool animal, you know? What a cool animal. Yeah. So like systematically sweeping. Yeah, not sweeping like with a broom, but, you know, they could... Here. Here's a figure that I helped Carrie put together for a paper of his. Come on. I showed this last week too. So here's, I think, Apatosaurus here. You know, it can eat in a wide arc like this without having to even take a single step. It could just stand in one place and then just eat up all the plants in a wide arc like this. Very, very energy efficient. You know? These are tiny trees. They're supposed to be ferns, Ms. Blue Sky, but yeah. 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 And again, like I said last week, these are the nuchal ligaments. So these ligaments that run over the top of the vertebrae here. And so by contracting this one ever so slightly, and relaxing this one ever so slightly, you can swing the whole neck around with minimal energy expenditure. Extremely efficient way to feed. This is probably one of the keys to the success of sauropods, is that they were extraordinarily efficient in consuming calories, which allowed them to grow so big. And the bigger you are, the wider an arc you have to swing with your neck, the more plants you can eat. It's kind of like the bigger you are, the more efficient you get. So it's almost like a feedback loop after a while, which, when you think about it, makes a lot of sense. If you're going to grow to be, you know, the largest creature to ever walk the earth, it pays to get yourself into a nice feedback loop like that, you know? They're min-maxing. I mean, they really are, Princeton Energy, yeah. Yeah. In order to get this big, you have to minimize other certain things, like, you know, to a certain extent, head size, brain size. You gotta shrink those things down if you want to have such a long neck. These animals would still have an enormous head, but it's just very small compared to their body. But that skull is still gonna be nearly as tall as I am for one of the very biggest sauropods. Even sauropods that are not super, super gigantic, like Dippy the Diplodocus, like 80 feet long, something like that. Here's her skull, 3D printed life size, and that's still pretty big. It's still bigger than like a horse's skull. It is very horse-like in certain ways, kind of convergently evolved. But you know, like this skull's a lot bigger than mine. It's cool to think about these things, you know? I think I've said this before, but I think it's really important as a scientist, if you can, to maintain that sense of wonder. The stuff that got us into science in the first place. Don't ever lose that. Because science is often not an easy thing to do. Like, it's certainly not an easy way to make a living. Nobody becomes a scientist, especially a paleontologist, to get rich or have an easy, comfortable life. Oh, no. So it's important to...
Fossil skeletons are never found complete. There are always missing bones, missing parts.
Hot Mess Corner, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's important to remember how cool and weird this stuff is. To maintain that sense of wonder, it'll help keep you going during tough times. I've been remarkably fortunate here to be able to make my living doing science outreach full-time. This has been a dream come true, you know? I'm deeply grateful for everybody who makes that possible. With that said, they've been going for 5 hours now at this point. It is time to wrap up today's stream. I'll be back tomorrow with some more paleontologizing. Don't go away just yet. We're going to see who else is doing some science here on Twitch. See if we can raid into them. And let's put a Deinonychus skull under our credits here. Thank you to everybody about to be named in our credits. Who else is on Twitch right now? Thank you, Lenina. I appreciate you. All right, who have we got? Let's see here. Let's go right into science streams, why don't we? Whom I was talking about earlier. Thank you to everybody being named in our credits, from new followers and raiders to the subscribers and the gifters and the cheerers and the resubscribers, the people who make these streams possible, not just with their viewership, but with their financial support. That means a tremendous amount to me, and it's the reason I can do this full time, is that I'm actually able to make a modest living doing outreach like this. It's because of those fine people. So thank you, supporters. And thank you to the moderators, too, who make all of this possible through their care and attention and their hard work in keeping this a safe and a welcoming community for everybody. Making it so that I don't have to really worry about what's going on in chat too much. I can focus on trying to provide you good information in a way that's entertaining and memorable and fun. Thank you, Odds. With that said, we're going to go right into some other folks doing some excellent science outreach here. It's Microscopy Monday over at Science Streams. Let's go continue the science. I don't have to see it tomorrow.